We thank you for the fact that you have enabled us to be recognized across this globe through strong leadership, and we thank you for the fact that our leaders have made it possible that we are recognized. We ask for your special blessing on our Parliament today. Bless our Speaker, Prime Minister, and each member of Parliament. We pray that you'll bless the proceedings and run it to your success and to your honor and to your glory. And we give you praise for all that shall be accomplished for Christ's sake. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Cumberbatch. You may be seated. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would like to move a motion to amend the order paper as follows. First, to correct under item P, non-governmental to non-government. So it should read Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024. And secondly, to move Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024 to under the Attorney General and Minister responsible for Justice and Legal Affairs. First, put it as first. So it will go above Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion, the request before the House.
The question is that the order paper be amended as moved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Confirmation of minutes.
The minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
There are no announcements this morning.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions. Government notices. Unofficial notices. Questions. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
With your leave, Madam Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the point as Minister of various ministries. First of all, let me start out by wishing all happy independence on our 41st anniversary. Honorable Speaker, I have multiple ministries that I need to update the country on, and so I'll take this opportunity to do such. Madam Speaker, as Minister of Finance, I want to once again remind our country as to where we met things in this country from a financial standpoint. We came into office on the 5th of August 2022. We recognize, Madam Speaker, on taking office that there were a number of serious troubling matters. And I will keep saying it, Madam Speaker, because I think everything has to be taken into context. But most of all, there must be context. Our people must be given the information. There must be transparency, and there must be openness, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are some who do not want to hear it, but it would be remiss of me as the Minister of Finance and as the Prime Minister not to remind our people as to what we found here in St. Kitts and Nevis with respect to the economy. Madam Speaker, let me say from the onset that the people were misled, Madam Speaker. The audit shows that. The first budget that was passed demonstrated that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we found some very troubling things that were shocking and rocking the very foundation of this country. Much of it was hidden, Madam Speaker, from the eyes of the people. It was orchestrated. It was planned. From my perspective, what was done was nothing short of an act to deceive the people and to make sure that those who would benefit, that their acts would be hidden. It tells me that people sat down and planned it. It took a great deal of organization, a great deal of planning, a great deal of putting together. Because when one looks at this, it must be quickly recognized that this plan was a master plan. And those who orchestrated it had to have been deliberate, but also have the know-how of how you can do accounting like this to get away with it. Most of us here are not accountants. The people in the country are not accountants. And there are accountants who will not even recognize what was done. And that is why we had to bring in forensic accountants and experts for them to look through the record and find exactly what was taking place. And that was tabled right here. And I'm speaking of the audit of the Development Bank, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it shows that the bank was in serious trouble. The bank was in debt of $333 million, Madam Speaker. Serious trouble. And in order to hide that, the deliberate action was taken that there would be no external auditing of the bank. And that was stopped between 2018 and 2019, Madam Speaker. That is not mentioned in the annual budget address. There were no audits tabled, Madam Speaker, of the bank in this honorable house. None. It was all hidden from the people. And then when the opposition back then sought to ask questions, they were shut down, Madam Speaker. But today, we are facing a bank that is $333 million in debt. No audit. All the external institutions who would support the development bank, all of them withdrew their business with the bank, because part of a basic requirement to do business with external financial institutions is that you must have a current audit. That was deliberate, Madam Speaker. And because the development bank is owned by the government but seen as a private company, sometimes it's not discussed as it should be in the halls of Parliament. And so it was hidden. I'm sure there were people in that administration who did not even know what was taking place in the development bank because of how well orchestrated the plan was executed. Madam Speaker, $333 million in debt. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's over $250 million. That equates to about a quarter of our annual budget, or maybe just over a quarter. Significant, Madam Speaker, hidden from the people. Where did that money come from, Madam Speaker? A lot of that money came from Social Security. Again, because in the annual budget, no one asks about Social Security. And so you took the money from there, you put it in the bank, Social Security is not being paid back, no audits of the bank, external audits, so nobody really knows what's going on. And then the Minister of Finance, who was responsible for the bank, his brother was the CEO for Development Bank. It's a fact. And his brother was also on the board for Development Bank. This was well orchestrated. Social Security, sorry. The Board of Social Security. This was well orchestrated, Madam Speaker. Well orchestrated. And so Social Security has over $130 million in Development Bank. Development Bank took the decision to stop paying Social Security then. And where did that money go? What happened to that money? And so everybody's thinking Development Bank is opening on a Sunday, Saturday night. We remember those days when the big truck used to pull up. I want us to drag our memory not to forget that. Because sometimes with time we tend to forget, and people might ask, why do I repeat it? Because it is a fundamental aspect of our economy and how it is affecting it, even presently, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that money we learned through the audit again that persons used to be sent from the Development Bank to go over to the other bank to collect that money in cash in a duffel bag. $500,000 in cash, $600,000 in cash, $700,000 in cash, to be brought back to the Development Bank, where in a boardroom that money would be split up and leave the bank in bags, Madam Speaker. But most of that money disappeared down a dark hole, Madam Speaker. I mean, this is what took place. This was orchestrated. And I'm saying again, there's a case coming. But of course, the legal process is in play. Because the people would want to know what happened to all of that money. Where did it go? Madam Speaker, I want to say today that you had a program that they call the Peace Program. There were people in the Peace Program who did not know what was taking place on the back end, Madam Speaker. All of this money missing in the name of the Peace Program. They did not know that Social Security was suffering as a result. They did not know that the audits, the external audits were stopped, and that the Development Bank was entering to a very precarious situation on the precipice of collapse. Very well orchestrated. And there were good people associated who meant well, Madam Speaker. I don't decry their efforts. But then at the back end, we had to bring in forensic experts to expose all of this, Madam Speaker. Well orchestrated, hidden from the people. And then some people say, Lord, I got some money in my pocket. Oh, they got money over here and money over there. But it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Continuously taking from a drum that is running empty and dangerously empty. The drum being, of course, the Development Bank and Social Security. Putting people's social security at risk. We had to pump millions of dollars, Madam Speaker, into the Development Bank so it can do some business, and it's picking up its business, so that it could carry out its mandate and immediately bring in auditors, apart from the forensic auditors who gave us what was taking place, to bring in auditors so that we can go back and re-establish those relationships. For example, with proper relationships with the CDB and the European Development Bank, reputable organizations that are refusing to do business with St. Kitts and Nevis because of the state of the Development Bank. Madam Speaker, I want this to be clear. As the Minister of Finance, I have to say this so that people can know exactly what took place. Because we were able to pump millions upon millions into Development Bank, we were able to restart our student loans, our mortgage program, small business loan program. And then Development Bank now had to raise that money to pay to Social Security so that Social Security would not be in any threat. And today, I'm happy to say that we were able to do that. Madam Speaker, when you have to use money to do that, that have consequences. It has consequences, real-life consequences for people. It means that the bank in itself would not be able to carry out as much as activities as it would like. However, it is carrying out activities and regaining its reputation. It means, Madam Speaker, that you would have put Social Security at risk, and we had to avoid that. Those monies could have been used for other things. Build homes, fix schools, Madam Speaker, fix roads, give people water. But if we did not pump all those millions in, and those institutions were put at risk or collapse, what would happen to the country on a whole? Madam Speaker, it is like a man got money in his pocket, going around buying and spending, but he ain't paying his bills. And Skelly coming to cut him off because he ain't pay. Or the water department, or the cable, or he had a loan and he ain't pay for it because he just spending his money and not respecting the obligations that he has. This is what happened here, Madam Speaker. Just spend. I don't care what happened to the Development Bank. Just spend. I don't care what happened to Social Security. Just spend. I don't care what happened to the CBI. I don't care what happened to the coffers of the government. Just spend. And so we had to inherit that now and stabilize all of that. And those who perpetrated this on the people going around talking nonsense. Madam Speaker. The full picture is there now. It took some time to get the full picture. But on this 41st Independence Anniversary, the full picture is now there, Madam Speaker. So I want to say that I'm happy to report that Social Security is in a much better place. And it will remain there. I want to report that the bank is roaring back to be a reputable institution here in St. Kitts and Nevis, to be respected throughout the region, Madam Speaker. Those are things we should be proud of. Madam Speaker, the other thing as the Minister of Finance I want to bring forward is the CBI program. For the first time in our history, I, as the minister responsible for the CBI program, gave the people information on it. Madam Speaker, the actions of those people put the reputation of our CBI at serious risk, to the point where our visa-free access to certain jurisdictions was seriously threatened, Madam Speaker. And so I had to take drastic action. This government had to take drastic action. We had to take drastic action in compliance with our principles of good governance, so that the world and our international partners that this administration is serious when we speak about bringing good governance to that program. Madam Speaker, of course, with these changes, it would cause, to some extent, some upheaval within the program. But I think people who are close to the program, they understood, or they understand rather, why some of those actions had to be taken. Today I want to say that the program is in a much better position to move forward, Madam Speaker. But I want to say it had to go through its challenges. Because again, poor management and mismanagement of the previous administration when it comes to it. And we see all that is being said and so forth. Madam Speaker, the last minister of this was asked publicly, give me some information with respect to the CBI, and his response was, it's an industry secret. No transparency, Madam Speaker. But we made sure that we did everything to strengthen it and had to go through the pain, Madam Speaker. Hard pain, Madam Speaker. Pain like childbirth, Madam Speaker. Serious pain, Madam Speaker. Pain like a kidney stone coming down the track, Madam Speaker. Pain that make you grin and sweat, Madam Speaker. That is why I said from the beginning that this was the most challenging issue that I would have to deal with, Madam Speaker. Interviews to fully establish what the new product would be. We have met with those who are involved, our local service providers and so forth, and we have given them the necessary information. They understand even better now why we had to take the action. The PAP program came from there. The STEP program came from there. So if you have PAP, STEP, peace, all of these come in fundamentally from the revenues there. And you are going to take actions that are going to hurt the program. What are you doing eventually, Madam Speaker? You're hurting all of these programs. And then in addition to that, you dig into the development bank and the social security. And Madam Speaker, the other thing that we are bringing here before the House is the audit of the SIDF accounts. That's the next thing that we are unearthing. Is the more you look, is the more corrupt practices you find, Madam Speaker. So now, it is what we have to do now is real build back. Madam Speaker, with all of this, the country was left without water. The minister responsible is here. The people in the country are crying. Not one well drilled in 7 years, Madam Speaker. Not one well. We know that climate change was coming. We know that the water will continue to decrease the rainfall on an average. We know that the climate change is causing the melting of the ice caps. And this is causing a rise in the sea level. And the rise in the sea level is infiltrating our underground water aquifers. Our underground aquifers. And that infiltration is putting them at risk. Because with more heat, more evaporation of water that falls, decreased rainfall on average, less water to go to the aquifer, and then the aquifer is being threatened by infiltration because of rising sea levels. 3 significant threats, climate threats, to our aquifers. We know that. And not one well drilled. And so when you hear people crying out for water as they should, those who were responsible acting as if they did not know that this was coming. and did nothing. Not one well was dug or drilled, Madam Speaker. And so we had to inherit that. And right away, we had to engage B to say, look, finish the job that you started 7 years previously. And that is why Keon's water situation is so much better now. And now Bede is moving on, I think, to Molyneux, Madam Speaker. But we also recognize that while that is going on, we need other solutions. And so we are building a 2 million gallon water desalination plant. And that, of course, is under the guidance of our minister with responsible for water, the Honorable Congress Maynard. Ground has broken, and the process continues, Madam Speaker. That would be able to give the withdrawal from the aquifers in Bastille a break, so that they can rest and get some recharging, so that we can prevent as far as possible the infiltration of salt water, which will signal the end of the potable water that we get from them. Madam Speaker, that costs us $50 million. I have to choose between water and everything else. But water is life. It is that essential. If we run out of water here in St. Kitts and Nevis, do we know what that means? If those wells get infiltrated and you lose millions of gallons of water that those wells produce per day, St. Kitts is in serious trouble. Serious, serious trouble. So we had to take the immediate action. Take $50 million, Madam Speaker, and say we need water now. Those are the kind of things we are being faced with. Irresponsible governance. How can you allow the water situation to get so dire in St. Kitts and Nevis? Look at how quick we have acted in less than 2 years. You had 7 years and left us in a situation like this, Madam Speaker. So when people say, so that $50 million, you know what we could have been doing with it? Had there been a systemic approach to this whole thing? Minister of Education that could fix more schools?
Oh, yes, and need fixing.
Minister of Roads that could fix more roads?
And I need one or two.
And every new road I do, another community say they want theirs.
Minister of Tourism that could be 3 more planes and fix up your port? But we have to make sure that water is available. That is how basic this thing is. It's almost as if we have to build back the country from scratch. Because in 2022, we are talking about water. And then you hear, for the last 7 years, surplus after surplus after surplus after surplus. It's like a man saying, well, I get me money, and man care about my water, man care about my electricity, and man care about this, and I got a lot of money in my hand. You think he rich. But when you look behind, you say, but what happened to all them bills you ain't paying? But the unpaid bills in St. Kitts and Nevis mean no water. The unpaid bills mean no electricity. The unpaid bills mean a leak in hospital. This is what it means for a country. And that is why we have taken such drastic and radical and very critical and vital even decisions to make sure we protect the people here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. This is critically important. Madam Speaker, that is why I want to thank the Minister again who is leading this, the Honorable Congress Maynard, for his quick action on the water matter. He has assured me that in short order, we are going to have the commissioning of the desalination plant at Canada within the next few weeks. That will produce around 70,000 gallons of water per day. In short order, a well in Keon has good water situation, much better. A desal plant at the Canada area, which will put it in good stead, and a 2 million gallon to come right here in Bastille. All that and more drilling is taking place around the country, Madam Speaker. This is where I'm putting the money of the people, Madam Speaker. I cannot afford for the country to run out of water, because that would be, of course, a travesty. Madam Speaker, the other thing, as the Minister of Finance that I've been looking at, is the question of energy. because we were also left without energy, Madam Speaker. And the Ministry of Finance had to partner with the Ministry of Energy to make sure that we could have energy going into December. Do you know what we had to do? We had to rent generators. We have bought a number of generators, Madam Speaker. But we had to rent generators or rent power so that during December and going forward, we don't have a serious affectation of our energy situation. Look at St. Martin, for example. Look at St. Martin, for example. I was in St. Martin, and you're in St. Martin and you don't know if the lights going to come on. If you come in, or go in. Literally, it has gotten so bad that they can't even predict at the power station when the lights will be on or off in St. Martin. But Madam Speaker, here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we had a different approach. The cabinet, the minister is here with his ministry, did an assessment and determined what we will need to make sure that the situation does not get dire. Improvements are needed, and we are working on those improvements, Madam Speaker. But we can predict when the electricity will go in St. Kitts and Nevis for the most part. And I want to thank Skelec for sending out the notice. Thank you, Minister, making sure people are informed in case there might be an interruption anywhere, so you can plan, Madam Speaker. But we are bringing rental energy to make sure that we protect the generators so they can get a rest and be repaired and serviced so they don't break down totally. Madam Speaker, the other thing that we have done in relation to our relationship with the Saudis is that we have sought a $40 million loan, low-interest loan, concessional loan, to buy 2 new generators. Those generators can use LNG and LPG, correct?
LNG and diesel.
And diesel,
Dual fuel.
right? So they can use either or, modern. Those are costing us like $40 million US. If we don't do that, we will run out of energy here, Madam Speaker. So when people were talking about surplus after surplus after surplus, you mean to say you did not buy the generators that you know would fail? We had to inherit that, Madam Speaker. That $40 million US, which is about 108 million EC dollars. You know how much things I could do around here? It had been a systematic approach to make sure that we generate enough electricity at our power plant with a strategy. But that was not important because that is not sexy, Madam Speaker. It's not sexy for me to say, yeah, we bought 2 new generators. That's not sexy to talk about. Madam Speaker, in local parlance, people understand what that means. It's better to talk about, oh, yes, yes. Oh, take this, take that, take this, take that. But you have no water, no electricity. Better to speak about those things. Which one is that? It was all show. It was all show. Donkey and horse show, Madam Speaker. Donkey and horse show. That's all it was. But the reality and the truth is being exposed. People know these things. Madam Speaker, not one generator that I can remember was bought. If any was bought,
No, just some of the temporary ones, not fixed capacity.
No fixed capacity, Madam Speaker, just some temporary ones. Man, the electricity, man, trying a temporary thing, they ain't gonna realize. Trying a temporary thing here, they ain't gonna realize. Everything was planned and orchestrated to fool the people. While that was taking place, the very foundation of our country was being rocked. No water, no electricity, and the banks in trouble. All of it being exposed now, Madam Speaker. But when you have to spend money on all these things and you still have the heart to go around and talk about pap and step and all these kind of things, and leave the people or left the people without water. Madam Speaker, that is what was inherited by the Ministry of Finance, and these are the priorities that we have to make, Madam Speaker. Of course, people would complain about a number of things here and there, and they have a right to, because that is their way of expressing how they feel. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we give them the information and to let them know what we inherited. Madam Speaker, unsustainable. Madam Speaker, with the peace program between between February of 2022 and June of 2022, hundreds of others were added. Same for the PAP, same for the STEP. All of them were used as political instruments, knowing that it was unsustainable, knowing that things were in trouble, knowing that the development bank was failing, knowing that social security was under threat, knowing that you had damaged the CBI program for political expediency. And then we had to inherit that, and now we have to fix it. So we have to say things like, we have to buy generators. We have to say things like, we're drilling for water. We have to say things like, we have to stabilize the bank. These are the kind of things that we have to say, Madam Speaker. But it was orchestrated, and we have to keep saying it, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to say that it was left in that. And that is why we brought good governance legislation, and that is why we set out to start to work with what we had for the people, Madam Speaker. So quickly, let me just remind our people, there was no water, inadequate water, inadequate electricity, a leak in hospital roof. All the time they're talking about healthcare. The hospital roof used to leak up there like ain't nobody business. They had a section up there in the hospital, you can't tell if it's sky or galvanized. You should straight up. Yes, between the eye clinic and where they do physiotherapy. Neglected. You got there, see the state of with the kitchen, and we are doing a plan for the kitchen. We have invested significantly in the hospital. I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for helping us with the roof. For the most part, the leaking has stopped. That is how basic we had to go, Madam Speaker. Stop the leak. Right now, we are upgrading the electrical that was neglected all those years, Madam Speaker. We are installing a new CT scan machine, an MRI that they spoke about. We are now doing a building for that. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the cable and all other partners, TDC and so forth, who partner on the refurbishing of the foyer of the hospital. Go up there and you see that, Madam Speaker. New eye equipment, no eye surgeries were taking place in St. Kitts and Nevis. People had cataract and were going blind in St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to remind the people. People were blind. As if you're living in a country where you ain't had no surplus. People were blind, Madam Speaker, because the cataract got so bad and they had no place to operate. Even if people had money privately, they could not even do that. Madam Speaker, we invested hundreds of thousands of US dollars in new equipment for the eye clinic. That today we are doing surgery after surgery and bringing back people's vision. This is how basic it got, Madam Speaker. There were some children who could have lived that were dying, and I decided that no child in St. Kitts and Nevis should die. Whether the parents rich or poor, if there's a way to help them. People will die, this is life, unfortunately, but we should fight for every life, Madam Speaker, because every life is precious. Let us go down fighting. But we just can't chop our hand and say, the child got a heart problem. Well, work out that mother. You're only working for $400 downtown. You can't afford a surgery in the United States or in Cayman or wherever the specialists are and the specialized care is. We put an end to that. I tell the mothers and fathers and guardians in St. Kitts and Nevis, I ain't want in a sponsorship to save no child life. Done with that. These are the very basic things, Madam Speaker. We're bringing decency to the country. And because of that, last year in 2023, no child in St. Kitts between the ages of 1 and 4 died. Not one. Do you know what it takes to achieve something like that? Not one child died? How you get that done? It is a combination of things, and that is why I want to congratulate all the health workers, both in St. Kitts and Nevis. And the Nevisian children, they have benefited because they are members of the Federation and they should benefit as well. And they have benefited. They go to the Premier's office, they get the assistance there, they say, okay, we need some more assistance, they come over here, they get the assistance. And so a number of children in Nevis have had very complicated surgeries done or medical treatment done. A mother sent me a picture the other day of the child in preschool from Nevis. And your office reached out, Premier, and did their part as well. And the child is in preschool, running around, growing well. That would have been a child that would have been dead had it not been for the investments that we are making. Only in St. Kitts, Madam Speaker, that a child is guaranteed that. There was another child from Nevis, his name is, father is Woody. Is Woody his name, the DJ? Got in an accident, young boy, swimming and, enjoying his life. Happened to get in an accident, broke his neck. Everybody started collaborating from Nevis's end, St. Kitts' end, got him off. And I saw a picture with him just recently, sitting up in bed and going through his therapy. That child would have been dead, Madam Speaker. This is where we have to invest our money. And because of these programs and interventions, the child is alive today, Madam Speaker. I want to speak. There are issues, of course, that we have to resolve, but I'm saying that we have come a very long way. I said before that St. Kitts and Nevis must become one of the safest places to have a child. And that is not hard to achieve. We can achieve it, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the health workers for their hard work, because sometimes it's not easy. We have to admit sometimes as a people, we are not, sometimes we demand a lot, and sometimes we don't say things in the proper way as we should. I want to encourage us that when we go for service, to treat the people who serve us well, treat them well as well. So that there can be good rapport and better understanding between those who receive the service and those who give the service. Treat the doctors well, treat the nurses well, treat the health workers well. And I will say to the health workers, continue to do well and do even better. To all of us in this together, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, before the year ends, we'll have a brand new spanking CT scan machine at JNF. Just the other day, partnering, we brought in some very highly sophisticated ultrasound to test the heart and arteries in the system and so forth, that we don't have ultrasound at the hospital that can do that. At the hospital right now, Madam Speaker, I would like to say we have EEG machine testing your brain waves and all kind of thing, first time at the hospital. Madam Speaker. The most specialists ever in our history at the hospital. We have specialists for diabetes, blood sugar, same thing. We have specialists for nerves. We have anesthesiologists, surgeon. Madam Speaker, we have 4 internists, multiple obstetrician gynecologists, multiple surgeons. I want to thank Dr. Mark Grant and his wife who have come back to contribute. We want our people in the diaspora to come home and contribute, Madam Speaker. We have 2 nephrologists. Those are who deal with kidney, 2 psychiatrists plus psychologists at the hospital. Most ever in our history, Madam Speaker. And therefore, that is why I'm saying that there are always going to be challenges, and I don't accept that there are no challenges. There's challenges. And where there are challenges, we have to work to overcome them to get better at it each time. And I intend to unveil very soon the completed work of the foyer of the hospital. We stop the leak, we make the hospital look better, we brought in more specialists, and we'll continue to work to upgrade the services. And so I want to thank the health workers for their hard work and dedication. Madam Speaker, we are going to build a brand new hospital here. Today, I went to the site because we have already started to clean the land and do the analysis and so forth to get construction going. So it's a process, Madam Speaker. It's not that it's taking long, it's just the process, Madam Speaker. It's just like if you're cooking rice. Rice takes a certain amount of time to cook. You got to give the rice the time to cook. Otherwise, you're going to eat raw rice. Or rice. It just needs the time to cook, Madam Speaker, I just said. And so the hospital is progressing, Madam Speaker. And so what we want in the Federation, Madam Speaker, is to have a hospital that can withstand Category 5 hurricanes. One of the things that I noticed when I went to the Grenadines is that on both the islands, the Grenadines, the hospitals were destroyed. And I asked each prime minister, where are the patients? They said, oh, they're on the mainland. They're on the mainland. If the hospitals in St. Kitts are destroyed, where is our mainland? Where will we go? Madam Speaker, again, this is a proactive move. When you do proactive things, you don't get as much credit as if you intervene in an emergency. But people would only see it and value it some years down the road. Madam Speaker, those are the tough decisions that have to be made now to protect your people then, because they will not forgive you when the full truth is revealed, which would be, you know, Prime Minister, you knew, cabinet members, that climate change is real because the Honorable Dr. Joy Clark, Senator, who is a specialist in this area, a PhD in geography, knows this topic inside out, has been saying to the nation and to us, it's coming, we see it coming. Well, we can not do anything about it. How can we justify to the people that we had an expert in the cabinet who told us what was happening, and we did nothing? If you did not know, well, you did not know, but we would not have that excuse. And therefore, we're taking the proactive action to build a hospital that can withstand these strong storms. We only want one. Just one. And if I've been saying that the hospital roof is leaking, there are structural weaknesses of the roof of the present hospital that has, it to some extent has served its time. We have fixed it, and we know it can withstand a certain level of storm. But the stronger storms, Madam Speaker, it will succumb. And therefore, we are making sure we have a hospital that can withstand. That is the rationale for the hospital. It is irrationally, the Federation must have an institution such as a hospital that it can withstand all of that. For example, in Nevis, the patients come over for dialysis treatment. There were some issues with the scheduling, which we have worked out to accommodate our Nevision patients. Because sometimes it doesn't make sense to have a dialysis center here and a dialysis center there when you look at overall costs. I'm saying that more partnerships to help the Federation, Madam Speaker. Nevis has a cardiologist in the public sector, we don't. And so patients go over there to get an ultrasound of the heart. So we want to create a space, Madam Speaker, where we can share resources as we are doing. And I want to thank the Ministry of Health of Nevis because it has been cooperating and we have been able to achieve a number of things as a result, and we will achieve more. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to reiterate why the ministry thinks that a hospital that can withstand the scourge of climate change and a Category 5 hurricane is critically important. It is going to cost us $50 million roughly. I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for partnering with us. These are the things that we have to do because they only become important when we lose them. And these are critical things, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, let me go to wrap up now. I want to say that we also met No Bastia High School. 7 years of talking about Bastia High School. I went to Bastia High School yesterday, before yesterday, Madam Speaker. No Bastia High School, Madam Speaker. And I want to reiterate, $650,000 per month for consultancy and advice through advisors. That alone, Madam Speaker, per month is more than all the advisors they say I have put together. If I put all the advisors that are employed by the government now, and I add their salaries up per month, it is less than what they spent for one advisor on the Bastia High School and no school up there. This is a fact, Madam Speaker. No school. Emperor has no clothes. No clothes the emperor has, Madam Speaker. And so we are, the Minister of Education will speak to that. Madam Speaker, we also brought down the interest on student loan in the development bank. Madam Speaker, the minimum wage or the living wage that was spoken of, not 1 cent added. Not 1 cent added, Madam Speaker. We increased the minimum wage to $4.30, which is possibly the highest, or one of the highest for sure, in the top 2 in the CARICOM. In less than 2 years. Madam Speaker, no pension for GAE workers. A corrupt peace program that robbed the country. Even the good people who had good intention, who were involved, did not know all of this was going on. A development bank on the precipice of collapse. A social security that had to be rescued, Madam Speaker. In other words, our economy was brought to the knees, and a CBI program, which we depended upon 70% of the economy, Madam Speaker. Who does that? Who brings the economy to depend 70% on a program? So if anything happens to it, the country must take the hit. The people must take the hit. This is what we inherited. No diversification of the economy. So if between 2015 and 2020, you say you had all those surpluses, where was the investment in the diversification of the economy? We look at the Gulf states today. They have a lot of money from oil and gas. And when I travel there, they're telling me that the economy will no longer depend on oil and gas because they've invested to diversify the economies. I was told that by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. That is how they're doing it. So if you have all of this, why you did not invest to diversify the economy so that it can be more resilient and sustainable? Why? And just lick money here, lick money there, like you got all the money in the world. Only to find out it was a what? A horse and donkey show. I'm sure the horse and donkey must be upset with me. God, this was horrendous, Madam Speaker. That's all it was. And so we have to now go in and diversify the economy. If you know that the CBI was so critical, why not protect it, Madam Speaker? Why put it at risk? Why? And so now we have to come to make the decisions to stabilize all these things. And they have consequences. And some of them political consequences. But my grandmother used to say to me, the truth shall set you free. She said, tell the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And not only said that, she said, you're going to sleep good. God bless her soul. She was right. So all of this mess, Madam Speaker, we had to clean up, and we're in the process of cleaning up. And a lot of this was hidden from the people, and even people who sat right in the cabinet. I'm fully aware, because when the forensics experts extracted the information, this was so well orchestrated, not even a regular accountant would have recognized it. It was well done, well planned, well executed. But people think they're bright. You got brighter people. People think they're smart. You got smarter people who will find out what happened. Madam Speaker, I want to say to the people that we have introduced the highest minimum wage, GAE pension. We have brought Elevate to replace Peace, mainly because of the corruption in the development bank that was killing the bank. We don't know where the money gone. Madam Speaker, we gave civil servants an increase. We invested in water in the tens and tens of millions. We invested in energy in the tens and tens of millions. We have relaunched the CBI program, but it took a hit, Madam Speaker, but we took a temporary hit to get it going. We have invested in a new hospital for the Federation. The Bastia High School, I think the minister would speak about it at some point. We have expanded the housing program. Madam Speaker, I said I was at the site of the hospital today. I want to say I was at the site of the housing. The minister has already launched his housing program. And so they were doing a house under the new program, Madam Speaker, up in my constituency. And I went to see the initiation of that house. There's a young man by the name of David Morton. He works as a security guard who is now going to have his house built. The young man is so happy. When I saw the happiness in his eyes, I said to the to East Coast, you got to build this house as fast as you could, because I want to see more eyes with happiness, Madam Speaker. Because he knows his life is transformed. So everybody was saying, when the house is coming, when they're coming again, if rice has to cook, you just take the time that rice has to cook at. Oh, I hear you. So, Madam Speaker, we went through the pain and the teething pain and so forth to bring such a large program on stream, but we are there now. And the heavy equipment workers are there, and the construction workers are there, and these persons, all kind of people working now. Because the hospital alone, they're going to take about 250 to 300 workers. This housing program is going to take hundreds of workers. The other one that the minister is going to speak about, of education, is going to take a lot of workers. The solar energy is going to take a lot of workers. We're going to run out of construction workers. I predicted it before the election. And I told the people that. So I want the construction workers to get ready. They will be called, and they're being called right now. We need you. We have houses to build, hospitals to build. Energy to transform. Madam Speaker, so we are ready for the people now. Get ready to work, Madam Speaker, to work. And so all I'm saying is that this has to be a country that is going to be resilient and be, of course, a country that has to be managed in a particular way, in the sense that we want our people to work. Madam Speaker, I'm almost done, but I can't sit without talking about the Aspire program. The Aspire program is a revolutionary program. No other country in the Western Hemisphere has a program like that. The Aspire program is a program that will give each child between the ages of 5 and 15 in St. Kitts, 18, in St. Kitts and Nevis, $1,000 in grant. That money, $500, will be placed in an account so that they can manage it and learn how to save money. And $500 will go to buying shares in companies. So the children will own part of National Bank, the cable, and we're going to create another company for them to own. So can you imagine a child from St. Kitts traveling, 9, 10, and say, well, let me check on my iPad to see how my shares are doing at the National Bank. I'm like, you're 8, 9, 10, and you're checking shares? How would that work? Which country does that? You mean you have shares in a bank and you're 8, 9, 10? So you mean you're 8, 9, 10 and you're sleeping and your money making money? The way that is happening. Can you imagine a child at Monkey Hill? Mother might be poor, working for minimum wage, but while the mother and the child sleeping, the money doing some work for them in their shares. Madam Speaker, I want to thank this cabinet for its support. This is going to have a tremendous positive impact that we may not feel right now. But they're going to position St. Kitts and Nevis. When this program was being thought of, my mind went and Robert Bradshaw. Robert Bradshaw brought Social Security to this country. And when he argued Social Security in the 70s, there were people saying, oh, Bradshaw going to take out your money. Oh, Bradshaw going to do this. Today, everybody look forward to come 62 to get the Social Security. That was our first national hero. He thought about us. He knew he was planting a tree under whose shade he would never enjoy. But he was determined that I would be able to sit under that tree and enjoy the shade that he never got to enjoy. But yet he planted the seeds. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to plant seeds. We are supposed to plant seeds. Those trees will not give us any shade. But the generation to come, and when these children go up, they're supposed to know I plant the tree, we plant the tree, so that they can have shade. Madam Speaker. I mean, look how much people leave in school today, especially when you come from a poor family. Nothing in the bank. No idea about investments. Your parents couldn't put away $2 a week for you because things kind of rough. That is why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Because in the next generation, the rich multiply their riches to pass on. Generational wealth. The poor people ain't got that because they can't afford it. Well, if they can't afford it, let's make the investment. So that a child in McKnight, in Gingerland, Jessop's, what the place name, the goat thing? Goat Hole. We have investments as well, Madam Speaker. We're leaving them out. So if they live in that area, we're going to find them too. They can't hide from us. The parent might be passed on. They might be in a tough socio-economic situation. But we don't want them to lose hope. Madam Speaker, some people say that part of the reasons why you can have crime is because of poverty. I think crime is multidimensional. It's not poverty alone. Because a lot of people grow up in poverty and never ended up in crime. Because they have a lot of other good things around them. But if this is one of the factors, let's eliminate it. If we can. Let's eliminate it. There are other things based on human condition and the human experience that we can't totally eliminate. But if we can eliminate what we can eliminate that can cause problems, let us eliminate them. And apart from that, there's a responsibility on the children, Madam Speaker, that they must be taught financial education, or they will have financial education. So the curriculum has already been put together and tested. I want to thank the Central Bank for partnering with us, the Bankers Association, the Credit Union Association, private financial experts, and the central government. I want to thank the National Bank. I want to thank the cable. So this wasn't a fly-by-night. Again, people were saying, you talk about the program, when is it coming? Again, Deputy, if the rice has to cook, it takes the time to cook. And that is why we're able to launch it now, Madam Speaker. It's not going to be no rush thing, and you're rushing, you got to rush out. It's not no rush thing. And so all of the children, and most of the children will have the iPad and the laptops, and they will be able to manage their accounts, making sure that they get the dividend, and the dividend is added. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of those children say, well, I want to go to an AGM to ask the chair of the National Bank, how is the bank doing? 9 and 10. Can you imagine a 9, 10-year-old shop? Well, I got my shares, I want to know how you're doing in here. And the children are going to know because they're going to learn in school, so you can't fool them. You got to give them proper answers. They're going to be the most educated and earned per capita when it comes to financial education, the petitions and divisions. Nobody's going to be more educated than them. We set the curriculum for that. I don't care if they come from Canada, United States, Europe, wherever they come from, per capita, we'll be the most educated, Madam Speaker. So it took a while, because it has to take a while, to properly set it in train. We even tested the curriculum, where we send part of the curriculum with some teachers to teach it, get the feedback, and see where we had to tweak it. Because it will be age-appropriate financial education. And some of those children are going to teach the parents how to budget. They're going to teach the children, their parents. The parents are going to learn from them. They're going to also ask the parents for less money. Because then when they start to learn budget, they're going to realize money is not infinite. They're going to understand whether the parents rich or poor, and they're going to affect how they behave when it comes to money. So they might start their little own business. They might say, well, mommy, I want to sell tam and jam. Well, if I make this amount of tam and jam and I sell this amount, the ingredients cost this so-so. So the cost to produce is this. I have to set it at this price so that I can make this profit so-and-so. And the profit I can do, I will put 50% to add to my account and get some more shares, and 50% I can use to buy my lunch, so and so and so. The children can do that. They are going to do that. because they're going to get the education on how to run a sweetie business, a popcorn business. They're going to find a problem and say, when children come to school every day, I realize something. Hey, sometimes they miss their pencil. Well, I got a lot of pencil. And if you want you to use my pencil, it will cost you, you could rent my pencil at maybe 25 cents a day. So you put down, yeah, renting pencil, that's my business. They're going to do it. Trust me. They're going to do the little businesses. They're going to help themselves and they're going to help the parents. And so, Madam Speaker, I want this really to help to transform us and to transform our people. So, Madam Speaker, I could not speak of all these things without speaking about the aspire and asking our students to aspire to bigger and greater things. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that I have spoken enough, and I take my seat at this point in time. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise at this time, Madam Speaker, to bring a brief report, and I'm only going to speak on one of my ministries this morning, but it is indeed necessary for me to address this honorable House on some pertinent matters as it relates to education in our beloved federation. Madam Speaker, it is clear that education is the cornerstone of our national development, and it's through education that we empower our citizens to achieve their fullest potential. The ministry, Madam Speaker, is committed to providing quality, relevant education to our citizens. This is very evident, Madam Speaker, in our overall accomplishments over the past year in the areas of school safety, ICT integration, the enhancement of the technical and vocational education and training, what is known to us as our TVET, increased higher education opportunities, and the support for special education. Briefly, Madam Speaker, I highlight under the area of ICT integration. In the digital age, the integration of information and communication technology into our education system is not just a priority, but a necessity. Our goal is to equip students with the digital skills they need to thrive in a rapid evolving world. Last academic year, Madam Speaker, we jump-started the one-to-one laptop program and issued laptops to students in Form 3 to 5, and tablets were issued to students in grade 3 to 6. These devices were loaded with a learning management system through which the ministry is able to track the usage of both students and teachers. I am happy to report, Madam Speaker, that after reviewing the end-of-year report, it is obvious that both our students and teachers are utilizing the numerous features that's on their devices. I also report that mathematics and language art content was accessed the most. So we are monitoring the usage of the devices. This academic year, Madam Speaker, the program continues, and a new set of third formers and grade 3 students will be receiving their devices. The Ross University, Madam Speaker, continues to assist us in the upgrade of our computer labs. We are upgrading our computer labs in all of our schools, and this year we will be upgrading and reopening another primary school computer lab. Our government, Madam Speaker, remains resolute and committed to ensuring that our students have the necessary tools to succeed not only while they're in school, but throughout their lives, Madam Speaker. Quickly, Madam Speaker, I move to TVET. We are one step closer to realizing our goal in providing our NVQs and our CVQs. Over the past year, we have conducted another cohort of assessors in terms of the training for 20 TVET teachers in Nevis. This brings our total, Madam Speaker, to 80 assessors nationally. In the region where TVET teachers in specific areas are difficult, Madam Speaker, in terms of sourcing, the ministry has been forward-thinking in its approach to resolving its staffing challenges. Our aim, Madam Speaker, by 2025 is to create smart classrooms that offer the ability to link virtually with our sister island and any other territory in the region and even internationally, Madam Speaker. In the area of special education, Madam Speaker, I believe, and the ministry believe, and the government, that every child deserves the opportunity to receive a quality education regardless of their abilities or challenges. Our commitment to special education remains unwavering. We have opened, Madam Speaker, 4 sensory rooms which will be utilized as another teaching tool. Students with sensory and behavioral issues, Madam Speaker, will have an alternative space where they can calm down and refocus. The Ministry of Education will continue to create inclusive learning environments that cater to the diverse needs of all of our students. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we have introduced specialized training in the area of autism for our teachers, ensuring that they are equipped with the skills and knowledge to support students with these special needs. This area, Madam Speaker, happens to be an area that I am passionate about, and we are going about trying our best to ensure that we cater for these children. My last report I received from the Spectrum Center is that we have about 306 of our students on the spectrum, and that's not the latest number. I am happy to report also, Madam Speaker, that it was just last week while we hosted the OECS Ministers of Education, Social Development and Health meeting here, that we got some word from the University of Dalhousie in Canada. After I met with them at a CDB meeting, they have provided us with a number of resources that we will be able to, our teachers will be able to tap into and get certified. When we speak about higher education, Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that we have seen an increase in the number of higher education scholarship opportunities that have been made available for our students. It was a record. 16 students got the opportunity, or adults got the opportunity to study in Taiwan. And I've asked that that number increase to 25 for next year. So higher education is an area that we are pushing as it relates to scholarship. And of course, I must express our sincere thank you to Ambassador Lin and the entire government. Madam Speaker, the safety of our students and educators is paramount. In the past 2 years, we have made significant strides in ensuring that our schools are safe havens for learning and growth. The National School Safety Policy was passed this year. In addition, in just 2 short years, Madam Speaker, we have upgraded 5 bathrooms costing over $2 million. We have upgraded the cafeteria at the Charles E. Mills Secondary School, and we are actively right now working on the canteen at the Washington Archibald High School. We have completed, Madam Speaker, the electrical upgrade at the Washington Archibald High School, and we are wrapping up that at the Charles E. Mills Secondary School. $2.6 million, Madam Speaker. At this juncture, I would like to give an update on the progress we have made with the Keon High School, Madam Speaker. As many of you are aware, the Keon High School moved to hybrid in the 3rd term of 2023-2024 academic year due to the health concern mold. The Ministry of Education, under the guidance of the Ministry of Health and the St. Kitts and Nevis Bureau of Standards, has been working diligently to resolve this health issue, Madam Speaker. Once the Ministry of Health issued their report, the ministry moved quickly to test, assess the surrounding grounds and internal spaces, and then created a comprehensive plan to deal with the mold situation, Madam Speaker. During this first phase, the Ministry of Education focused on 3 key areas. 1, assessment of spaces to identify the cause of the mold and the types of the measures that we need to put in place to deal with that, Madam Speaker. Extensive professional cleaning of the grounds and all classrooms, including lab spaces, and refurbishing of spaces, Madam Speaker. The assessment of the spaces began early in May, and by late May, work began. Our aim was to improve the overall school plant and make it safe for both staff and students. Extensive work was done on all the blocks and included repairing damaged windows, replacing doors, ensuring the railings were at the regulation height, and removal of trash and broken furniture from around the grounds and in classroom. Replacing lights, fixtures, repairing the roof, replacement of partitions, repositioning of steps to increase the level of monitoring. There were areas where teachers had difficulty going to be able to monitor, and we were able to fix that, Madam Speaker. Sealing and repainting of the buildings and the professional cleaning of spaces. To date, Madam Speaker, over $1 million have been spent at the Keon High School in short 2 years, more than what would have been spent in that institution over the last 10 years or so. Over $1 million, Madam Speaker. In order to ensure that the spaces are safe prior to the return of the students and staff, constant testing and retesting by the Bureau of Standards has been carried out, and the results shared with all stakeholders, the parents, teachers, administrators, and even the teachers' union. And I would like to thank the administration, the staff, and the teachers' union for working with us. The Ministry of Education will announce very shortly the date for the return to campus, and of course the school will share further information. I also want to thank CHS Best because they came on board as some alumni, and particularly from Miami. When I met an educator up there, I told all I wanted to do for me is to provide me with desk and chairs, anything. And they were able to do that, Madam Speaker. And 3 containers are here, and the Keyon High School will be outfitted with new desks and chairs, and all the staff will be given new chairs and other furniture. Never before, Madam Speaker. Before I close, Madam Speaker, I would like to state that the Ministry of Education takes the health and safety of its employees and students very seriously. As the Minister of Education, I firmly believe that we must provide safe teaching and learning spaces. And of course, as parliamentarians here, I am certain that you would agree that our children deserve the best, and we must remain committed to this cause. Children should never be used as a political football or means to further anyone's political agenda, Madam Speaker. I implore us, as representatives of the people, to commit to doing what is in the best interest for our children. Remember, they are our future. In closing, Madam Speaker, the state of education in St. Kitts and Nevis is strong and vibrant, and we have an excellent relationship with our counterparts in Nevis as well. We have made significant progress in enhancing school safety, integrating ICT, expanding the TVET program, and supporting special education. These efforts are a testament to our commitment to providing a higher quality education for all our students, preparing them for the challenges and opportunities of the future. Madam Speaker, as we move forward, we will continue to build on these successes, working collaboratively with all stakeholders to ensure that our education system remains dynamic, inclusive, and forward-thinking. Together we can create a brighter future for our children and our nation. May it please you, Madam Speaker, that's just one ministry.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 1. Are there any other presenters? Very well, Ms. Stapleton.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills and first reading.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, I rise with your leave to have read in this honorable House for the first time a bill entitled Financial Services Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill 2024. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
Very well. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Financial Services Regulatory Commission Act, Cap 21.10, also known as the Financial Services Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Financial Services Regulatory Commission Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a first time. Next bill. I recognize
Madam Speaker.
the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Yes. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to have read for the first time in this honourable House a bill shortly entitled Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2024.
Is there a
May it
second?
please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is, the bill shortly entitled Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Cap 21.09, also known as the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a first time. Next bill.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise once again to have read in this honorable House for the first time a bill entitled Anti-Proliferation, Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Amendment Bill 2024. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher Ford.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second that motion.
Very well. The question is, honourable member for 8. Thank you. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Anti-Proliferation, Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Amendment Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Anti-Proliferation, Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Act, number 10 of 2020, also known as the Anti-Proliferation, Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Anti-Proliferation, Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Amendment Bill 2024 has been read the first time.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise. Thank you. With your leave, I rise once again to have read for the first time in this honorable House, Gang Prohibition and Prevention Amendment Bill 2024.
Is there a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Senator Philip.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Gang Prohibition and Prevention Amendment Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Gang Prohibition and Prevention Act, Cap 19.25, and for matters connected therewith, otherwise known as the Gang Prohibition and Prevention Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Gang Prohibition and Prevention Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a first time. Next bill. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I rise to seek your leave to introduce and have read for the first time in this honourable House the bill shortly titled Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Amendment Bill 2024.
Their seconder. I recognize the Honourable Senator Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Amendment Bill 2024 be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Cap 4.19, otherwise known as the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a first time. Madam Clerk.
Public Business Bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lead the debate of and have read for the second time in this honourable House a bill entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024, which was first read on 2nd May 2024. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to tighten up the provisions of Companies Act Cap 21.03 so as to comply with international standards with respect to anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing. This bill was first tabled, as mentioned before, on May 2nd, 2024. The FATF reviews money laundering and terrorist financing techniques and continuously strengthens its standards to address new risks, such as the regulation of virtual assets, which have spread as cryptocurrencies gain popularity. The FATF monitors countries to ensure they implement the FATF standards fully and effectively and holds countries to account that do not comply, Madam Speaker. The CFATF, the Caribbean branch of the FATF, supports Caribbean countries in complying with FATF standards. St. Kitts and Nevis, of course, is proud to be generally compliant with FATF standards and has follow-up assessment in early 2025. Therefore, this bill seeks to bring the Companies Act into compliance with the most recent FATF standards. Ahead of that compliance assessment, Madam Speaker, such compliance would allow St. Kitts and Nevis to remain off the infamous FATF black and grey list, which carry their own consequences, Madam Speaker. The First Amendment is to Section 2, which includes the main act's definitions. It introduces definitions for adequate information, agent, and beneficial owner, the latter being defined as the person or entity who ultimately owns or controls a customer or other person on whose behalf a transaction is being conducted, or exercises ultimate effective control over the management of a legal person or other entity, Madam Speaker. The Second Amendment to Section 8 deals with documents to be delivered to the registrar and incorporates the new definitions into the Act, thereby allowing the registrar to better identify who are the beneficial owners of the company, Madam Speaker, and I think I see the registrar in attendance today. The Third Amendment is to Section 12, dealing with the copies of memoranda and articles for members. The bill changes the name of that section to Documents Outlining Basic Regulating Powers and requires companies to maintain information and the company's basic regulating powers at the registered office, including memoranda, articles, and policies and procedures. This allows the shareholders of companies to access the main documents which guide the company's formation and procedures, Madam Speaker. Another amendment is to Section 41, and this deals with the role of the registrar of members or shareholders. Companies will now be required to register a register of its members and a separate register for the beneficial owners of the company, and each register shall contain, in respect of each class of member, certain information such as full name, nationality, residential address, date of birth, national ID number, etc., Madam Speaker. A penalty is added to make sure that there is compliance, which provides that a company which fails to comply shall be liable to a fine not exceeding EC $100,000, Madam Speaker, and in the case of a continuing offense, to a further fine not exceeding EC $250 for each day on which the offense continues. Madam Speaker, this has real teeth. This amendment directly relates to AML compliance, in that companies register must actually provide details about their true owners, Madam Speaker. The Fifth Amendment is related as it adds Section 41A, dealing with notification of change of register. The Act will now require a company, within 15 days of any change in the register, to notify the agent in writing of the change and provide the agent with a written record of the physical address of the place or place at which the original register of shareholders or the original register of directors is kept. The penultimate amendment is to Section 44, which deals with the location of register. The bill creates penalties for not complying with the requirements to keep a register at the company's registered office or some other designated place in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, finally, the last amendment is to Section 45, which deals with inspection of register and requires, on the risk of penalty, for the company and the agent to cooperate with the registrar to the fullest extent possible and provide all basic information and available beneficial ownership information, including the register of members. All of these amendments make sense and align with the FATF recommendations, Madam Speaker, to keep St. Kitts and Nevis on the cutting edge of anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing compliance. Madam Speaker, it's not just about compliance. It's also about us taking proactive steps and putting in place the necessary legislation to protect our systems here, Madam Speaker, because we know what the consequences are to end up on these lists. But apart from that, our country must never be seen as a favorable jurisdiction for the financing of terrorist activities or any other illegal financial practices or acts across the world, Madam Speaker. And so we will continue to do these things as they are in compliance as well with our good governance agenda, that we, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we have to declare to the world that this is also part of who we are, and not that we are necessarily being forced into any compliance. Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Senator Dr. Clark.
It's not me. It's not my role. Madam Speaker, apologies. I rise to second the bill and reserve my right to speak at a later time.
Very well. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Senator Jones.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give brief remarks on this bill, the Companies Amendment Bill 2024. This bill is non-controversial, but I wanted to add my voice to it. I know the move of the bill outlined the purpose of the bill, penalties and other information, but I just wanted to expound on the bill so that persons in the general public can also understand. The Companies Amendment Bill 2024 allows the regulatory body, which is Financial Services Commission, to be able to efficiently and effectively monitor operation of companies, as well as their members and beneficial owners. The same applies to corporate bodies. Madam Speaker, the bill gives the regulatory body the power to obtain the required documentation, information, and fees that are needed for effective compliance. It also allows the regulatory body to apply the necessary penalties once companies fail to comply. Madam Speaker, I must say I appreciate the amendments of this bill. Not only are we able to enhance compliance, but we reduce the chances of fraud, money laundering, and finance terrorism from occurring. Also, these amendments would ensure that we are in good standing with the Financial Action Task Force and other monitoring bodies. Madam Speaker, when I read the bill and I saw the amendments, I felt like I wanted to go back to work. I was once an assistant regulator at the Financial Services Department, so I was ready to put back on that hat because I loved it. It was a very good experience, and I must say I want to use this time to commend the staff for their hard work. Madam Speaker, that is why I want to stand here today to give my support to the proposed amendment. I know these changes would be appreciated by the staff of the regulatory body as they continue to work diligently in carrying out their duties. Madam Speaker, I am also hopeful that the addition and increase in penalties would make companies, especially those who are oftentimes delinquent, work closely and comply with the financial services. We are not your enemy. We want to work with you. I know from my experience, I took an oath, so I can't say too much. But companies often complain about the need to provide due diligence documentation. In some instances, they find the process to be cumbersome. However, providing due diligence documents and paying the required fees are necessary for effective compliance. And that is what I want companies to understand. We are not trying to be difficult. It is the procedure, and all we need you to do is work with us and comply. Madam Speaker, I take this time to encourage companies to abide by the law and to cooperate with the registrar and the team. Submit the required documentations and payment within the specified period. Also ensure that your company keep proper records as outlined in the legislation. Cooperation and compliance of information with the department shows accountability and transparency. Lack of compliance raises red flags, and it makes one question the operations of your business. When I was there, and I did say I don't want to go into too much, and a company was given difficulty to provide documents, you begin to wonder. And a lot of things go through your mind, and we don't want that because we want to work with the companies. We want them to do business here on our island. But Madam Speaker, lack of compliance, both legislative and monitoring, can lead to our country becoming blacklisted or grey-listed, as the mover mentioned. This can have serious ramifications on our offshore sector. It can create financial hardship for companies as well as for the government. We can experience difficulties in obtaining funding, creating job opportunities, and conducting business. We can also face economic sanctions, which we don't want at all. And these sometimes include travel bans, asset seizures, trade embargoes, and export restrictions. These can cause serious financial distress for citizens, officials, and our country. Madam Speaker, I welcome this bill, the Companies Amendment Bill 2024, as it seeks to comply with the Financial Action Task Force and other monitoring bodies, and it enhances supervision and monitoring of companies, which would prevent our sector from being blacklisted or grey-listed. Madam Speaker, these amendments would help us to build a stronger and more transparent offshore sector. With these few words, I conclude my presentation. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator Jones. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I rise to wrap up the debate on the bill entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, the general public may be asking why Yes. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the general public may be asking why we are bringing these bills to debate so regularly. And I'll explain, Madam Speaker. Of course, complying with the FATF recommendations and avoiding blacklisting blacklisting are crucial for countries for several reasons, Madam Speaker, and even for our country, which are outlined. Compliance promotes economic stability and growth by way of access to global financial systems, and ensures that a country remains integrated with the global financial system, facilitating international trade and investment. Compliance helps to secure foreign investment. Investors are more likely to invest in countries with robust anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures, as these reduce the risk of financial crimes. And of course, these are reputable companies that I speak of. Compliance builds the reputation and credibility of a country and its international standing. Being compliant with FATF recommendations enhances a country's reputation and credibility in the global community, fostering trust among international partners. Compliance allows us to avoid sanctions, as non-compliance with FATF recommendations can lead to sanctions or other punitive measures from international bodies, negatively impacting diplomatic and trade relations. Compliance fortifies our financial integrity and security by preventing financial crimes. Implementing FATF recommendations helps in detecting and preventing money laundering, terrorist financing, and other financial crimes which can undermine the integrity of financial institutions. Compliance brings stability of our financial institutions, as a strong AML framework ensures the reliability of a country's financial institutions, protecting them from being exploited by criminals. Madam Speaker, compliance to all of these that we continue to bring also has economic and social consequences. Being blacklisted can result in increased scrutiny from international financial institutions, higher transaction costs, and reduced access to financial markets, which can hinder economic growth. Compliance directly impacts our citizens, as the economic downturn from blacklisting can reduce employment opportunities, create higher costs of goods and services, and foster overall economic hardship. There are also many legal and regulatory benefits, Madam Speaker. Harmonization with international standards aligns a country's legal and regulatory framework with international best practices, promoting consistency and cooperation in global efforts to confront or combat financial crimes. Companies, yes. And lastly, Madam Speaker, compliance facilitates law enforcement. A robust AML framework supports local law enforcement agencies in identifying and processing financial crimes, thereby enhancing national security. Madam Speaker, St. Kitts and Nevis is proud to be generally compliant with FATF standards and has a follow-up assessment in 2025, as mentioned before. Therefore, this bill seeks to bring non-governmental companies, or rather, the Companies Act, Madam Speaker, of which we speak, into compliance with the most recent FATF standards ahead of that compliance assessment. Madam Speaker, what we are seeking here is that we want to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis would benefit from all of the benefits that are to be derived from being in compliance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with that, may it please you, and I wish the bill safe passage.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House moves to committee stage. Oh, sorry, my apologies, I'm rushing.
A bill to amend the Companies Act, Cap 21.03, otherwise known as the Companies Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Yes, Madam Clerk.
clauses 1 through 10.
The question is that clauses 1 through 10 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise again to report that the bill shortly entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage without amendments. And Madam Speaker, I further move that the bill be read a third time and pass into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
I rise to second that motion, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Companies Act, Cap 21.03, otherwise known as the Companies Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. May I proceed, Madam Clerk? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill.
Madam Speaker, we do need some more space. With your leave, I rise, Madam Speaker, to lead a debate of and have read for the second time in this Honourable House the bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this bill was first tabled on May 2nd, 2024. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill, as in the spirit of the previous bill, is to tighten up the provisions of the Non-Government Organizations Act, Chapter 20.59, so as to comply with international standards with respect to anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing. Madam Speaker, this is the 7th amendment we have brought to Parliament in the past few months to ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis is compliant with FATF International Anti-Money Laundering and Anti-Terrorist Standards. Madam Speaker, the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, is the global money laundering and terrorist financing watchdog, which sets international standards that aim to prevent these illegal activities and the harm they cause to society. Madam Speaker, as a policy-making body, the FATF works to generate the necessary political will to bring about national legislative and regulatory reforms in these critical areas. With more than 200 countries and jurisdictions committed to implementing them, the FATF has developed the FATF recommendations, which ensure a coordinated global response to prevent organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. They help authorities go after the money of criminals dealing in illegal drugs, human trafficking, and other crimes. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the first amendment in this bill, and I go through it, is to Section 6, which deals with the applications of NGOs to the Register of Companies. Now, the NGOs will be required to provide documents such as the Constitution and Memorandum and Articles of Association of a non-profit company and the organizational structure, amongst other documents specifying how the NGO functions. Madam Speaker, the natural result of this amendment is that the registrar will now know who are the main characters behind the NGO and what is its functions, which will deter bad actors from using NGOs for nefarious purposes, Madam Speaker. The second amendment to Section 14 deals with the accounting, Madam Speaker. Now, NGOs who have an annual revenue less than $270,000 shall submit an unaudited statement of its financial position and statement of income to the Registrar of Companies. Whereas NGOs generating more than $270,000 will have to submit its audited financial statements in each year. Madam Speaker, basically NGOs making large revenues must file audited accounts. The third amendment is to Section 15, dealing with NGO reporting. The bill provides that when an NGO continuously fails to file the required reporting documentation or accounts, that NGO shall be deemed to be non-compliant with the provisions of this Act, and the registrar may take certain actions, such as warning letters or deregistration. It also provides the mechanism by which deregistered NGOs can be reinstated, Madam Speaker. The spirit of this is for good regulations and compliance, and not really to drive NGOs out of business, so to speak. It is that we must recognize, Madam Speaker, that we can have an NGO that functions well and do what it has to do, but can also comply. So it can be a win-win situation for all, Madam Speaker. And this helps to keep NGOs in compliance with the provision of the Act. Madam Speaker, the fourth amendment to Section 17 deals with the role of the Financial Services Regulatory Commission, as was mentioned before. NGOs will now be under the jurisdiction and powers of the FSRC with respect to sectoral assessments in order to determine the vulnerabilities to terrorism, terrorist financing, and terrorist activities, and ensure the effective implementation of risk mitigation measures. This amendment directly relates to AML, ATF compliance, Madam Speaker. The last amendment is to Section 22, which deals with the ministerial regulations. The bill specifies that the minister cannot only make general regulations, but specific regulations with respect to further particulars for members of the boards of directors, shareholders, senior management, or beneficial owners of the procedures governing cooperation and information sharing by the registrar with domestic competent authorities and international authorities, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, all of these amendments align with the FATF recommendations. This is to keep St. Kitts and Nevis on the cutting edge of anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing compliance. Madam Speaker, these, as explained before, critically important to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis, that this country is seen in good light, the best of light, so that we can benefit from such good reputation, Madam Speaker. So all of the pillars of St. Kitts and Nevis, of this St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party Sustainable Island State Agenda, are dependent on St. Kitts and Nevis not only regaining its good name, which we have been working and have seen significant improvement, Madam Speaker, and we should be proud of that, by attracting the right types of investors. Strengthening our financial infrastructure is critical to bring the right people, and of course, whatever financing is brought is seen as clean and without any blemish, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would say with that, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Senator Philip.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the mover of the bill and make a small contribution in support of the passage of this bill this afternoon. As described and detailed by the mover of the bill, the amendments that are before us are really ultimately to help to improve the standards to make sure that we are similarly in compliance with the international regulations, similar to what we would have just passed for the company's amendment bill. Now, I want to express my support in moving in this direction, particularly not only because we want to ensure that we can be part of the prevention of certain white-collar global crimes, such as corruption and terrorism and money laundering and human trafficking and all those sorts. But we also want to ensure that we are able to uplift the nature of our NGO sector, because as you know, we are a country that does have a number of NGOs, although they may not be registered. This is really an opportunity for us to help to uplift our NGO sector, to encourage persons to look at the NGO sector as an opportunity for job creation, opportunity to, of course, do work that will certainly help to forward the agenda of our federation in terms of achieving our sustainability goals. But of course, you know, with that, we want to make sure that through NGOs, as you know, because they're NGOs, they're usually sought out by international agencies and donors who really contribute to the financial ability of these organizations to do the work that they are intended to do. And so we want to make sure that in light of that, with the ease of donating to certain causes, we make sure that we implement these regulations to ensure that there is no underhanded business that's taking place and that persons are not using NGOs just to funnel and do illicit and illegal activities, which we are prone to as small island developing states. So I would hope that with these regulations and these amendments, in order to align with the international regulations, that we not only help to prevent these crimes, but that we are also seen to be appealing and more attractive to international agencies who are eager to support the works of non-governmental organizations that are certainly seen to do work that help to uplift and develop our nation states, and to do so because they recognize that we are serious about ensuring that we regulate and that we monitor the work of non-governmental organizations so that they do, in fact, do the work that they're intended to do and use the funds that are granted to them in a way that is not at all nefarious. So with those few words, I wish the bill safe passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member. Seconder of the bill.
Madam Speaker, I too rise to lend my...
I recognize the honourable member
I'm so
for St.
sorry,
Christopher
Madam
One.
Speaker. Lend my support to this bill before this honourable House, and to just highlight why it is important for us to implement the the FATF. Sorry. Why is it important, and what happens when you are compliant? One, it promotes economic stability and growth. Two, it also helps to secure foreign investment. It also builds the reputation and credibility. Compliance allows us to avoid sanctions, which we have heard during this morning's presentation. And of course, we always have to pay attention to financial integrity and security. And of course, Madam Speaker, it brings about a level of stability. So with that little input, I just felt the teacher coming out of me this morning. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher One. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise again, just for recording purposes, to wrap up the debate on the bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024. To say, Madam Speaker, there is not much more to say based on the initial presentation and the input from my colleagues here. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that this bill is critically important, and we are, of course, seeking to be more and more in compliance with what is required of us as a country participating in the international financial space. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Non-Government Organizations Act, Cap 20.59, otherwise known as the Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Madam Clerk.
Clauses 1 through 7.
The question is that clauses 1 through 7 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage without amendments. And I further move that the bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organization Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and pass into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Non-Government Organizations Act, Cap 20.59, otherwise known as the Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, may it please you, I rise to lead the debate of and have read for a second time this August Assembly the bill shortly titled Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this relatively short yet important bill is the last step before the operationalization of our Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Act 2020, which I refer to as POCARA. Madam Speaker, with your leave, I first intend to establish why St. Kitts and Nevis needs strong Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery structures and institutions before I describe what POCARA is used for. Then I will seek to explain why we prioritize the confiscation of proceeds of crime and why we seek to recover assets that are achieved through criminal activity. I will also rationalize what the amendment actually achieves, whilst emphasizing the critical significance of the amendment in strengthening the ability of law enforcement to recover proceeds of crime and recover assets gained from criminal activity. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I will aim to provide our people with a comprehensive understanding of why we must take this step and how it aligns with our overarching commitment to combat crime in our Federation and preserve the integrity of our justice system. These are fundamental elements in achieving a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, first question. Why strengthen our proceeds of crime, confiscation, and asset recovery institutions? We have a shared crime problem in the region. A lot of it is rooted in our geographical location, being one of the two major highways between drug production in the south and drug consumption in the north, and between firearm manufacturing in the north to firearm use in the south to protect that illicit trade. We cannot change that tectonic reality, nor can we change the drug demand of our northern neighbors. What we can change is our ability to discourage the bad guys from taking the truck stop that is St. Kitts and Nevis. We do this in two complementary ways: detection and deterrence. We make it known clearly to that underground world that we have effective laws, political will, competent authorities, innovative policies, and advanced technology to detect their illicit activities, and we have the robust asset recovery infrastructure to seize their ill-gotten gains. That is why this proceeds of crime, confiscation, and civil asset recovery are so important. We want to remove St. Kitts and Nevis from the illicit highway that is bringing death and destruction to our young men in particular. We don't grow cocoa here, nor manufacture cocaine here, but our young men are either part of the transshipment of cocaine and the guns needed to protect it, or they're distributors themselves for the little demand we have here. What do they do this for, Madam Speaker? Money. What will force them to think twice about doing this? Seizure of their money. It's an ABC solution as far as I am concerned. So what is POCARA? I'll start with a brief history, Madam Speaker. The Proceeds of Crime Act, Cap 4.28, known simply as POCA, was enacted in November 2000 and has been amended 13 times since then, the last amendment being in October 2023. The Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Act 2020, POCARA, was passed in January 2020 and published in June 2020, but was never brought into force because there were some administrative issues that needed to be resolved prior to implementation. POCARA serves several critical purposes. It provides a legal framework for freezing, forfeiture, and confiscation of the proceeds of crime. This is a crucial tool for law enforcement to deprive criminals of the financial benefits they have gained through illegal activities. It aims to disrupt and deter criminal activities by depriving criminals of their illicit gains. It enhances the ability of law enforcement and judicial authorities to trace, freeze, and recover assets derived from criminal conduct. It promotes transparency and accountability in financial transactions to combat money laundering and related offenses. The bill creates offenses and procedures to prevent money laundering, a process that criminals often use to legitimize the proceeds of their crimes. It facilitates international cooperation in the fight against transnational crime and money laundering by enabling the enforcement of overseas freezing, forfeiture, and confiscation orders, emphasizing the international dimension of crime and the need for cross-border cooperation. The foundation of POCARA, therefore, is our ability to identify, pursue, prosecute, and recover the proceeds of crime at all levels and recover assets gained through criminal activity. Over the past 2 years, our team at the Attorney General's office have comprehensively reviewed the POCARA and are now ready to bring it into force, as we are satisfied it can fulsomely be implemented in practice. Part of that preparation, Madam Speaker, was the training of our various law enforcement stakeholders. That is why the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs did not hesitate to answer the call to partner with the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, INL, and the National Center for State Courts, NCSC, most recently in April this year, to host a civil recovery conference. At that conference, I promised to the INL and the NCSC that we will build on the foundations of this partnership to develop the skills within our asset recovery stakeholder institutions that will make an impact in our ability to tackle high-level crime and remove St. Kitts and Nevis from that international underground illicit activity highway. From a macro level, Madam Speaker, that workshop stood as a testament to our Federation's unwavering commitment to combat corruption, uphold the rule of law, and ensure justice prevails in our societies. The project, conducted under the auspices of the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, signified a significant milestone in the collaborative efforts between our Federation and the United States of America. The post-workshop reviews I received proved that the training bolstered our capacity in identifying, investigating, and adjudicating cases of civil asset recovery with precision and effectiveness. Madam Speaker, at that conference were officials from the Customs Department, the DPP's office, the White Collar Crime Unit, and other government agencies, FSRC, etc., so that they could learn to handle the new provisions of our POCARA. Because it doesn't make sense to just have good laws. You have to be able to implement them in practice. And by raising the standard of civil asset recovery knowledge and best practices, we are fortifying the pillars of our criminal justice system. This initiative has clarified agency roles, fostered cooperation. If you attend a conference with your persons from agencies in different areas, you foster cooperation, you figure out where your weaknesses are, where the strengths are from the other institutions, and they now can work together to have an effective asset recovery system. And it instilled confidence in our ability to address the asset recovery cases promptly and accurately. And what is going to come out of this, Madam Speaker, is that they're going to have a test exercise. So all of the training that was done by the various stakeholder entities is going to be put into a practice exercise to see if everyone is ready to act when they have a particular case. And that is how you strengthen the capacity. So our collective efforts not only enhanced our ability to combat financial crimes, but also strengthen the trust and reciprocity amongst our agencies. Through this project, we are laying the foundation for a more just, transparent, and accountable society. And Madam Speaker, we want to discourage anyone involved in illicit activities and criminal activities to stay away from St. Kitts and Nevis. Whatever money you gain from those illegal activities, the state will seize, freeze, take away your properties. And you just won't be comfortable practicing those illegal activities in St. Kitts and Nevis. This robust training will now meet up with the strong laws to create a marriage in which we can make a profound difference in advancing the rule of law and combating high-level illicit activities in St. Kitts and Nevis and the wider region, because it is a regional project. As I said before, we are, unfortunately, one of the two highways in the drug trade. So we have to work together in order to deter and prevent our islands from being used as drug trafficking hubs. Now, recovering the proceeds of crime serves as a powerful deterrent to criminals for several compelling reasons. First and foremost, it hits the criminals where it hurts the most, their financial gain. I wish to highlight 5 key reasons why this is such an effective deterrent. 1, criminals engage in illegal activities to profit from their actions. When law enforcement successfully recovers the ill-gotten gains, It not only deprives them of the rewards of their crimes, but also imposes a financial burden in terms of legal fees, fines, and restitution. This financial setback discourages potential criminals who weigh the risks and rewards of criminal activity. 2, criminals understand that their criminal proceeds could be seized, making them hesitant to enjoy their illicit gains. This fear of losing their assets or wealth becomes a significant disincentive to engage in criminal activities in the first place. 3, many criminals use their proceeds to fund extravagant lifestyles or invest in legal activities. The threat of losing these assets can lead to a significant decline in their quality of life. This loss of comforts and status acts as a deterrent. 4, successful recovery of the proceeds of crime sets an example and sends a clear message to potential criminals that illegal activities will not go unpunished. The fear of facing similar consequences acts as a deterrent across society. And lastly, 5, asset recovery limits the resources available for criminal enterprises, making it harder for criminal organizations to operate and expand. This financial squeeze can weaken their ability to commit crimes in an organized way. And what does the particular amendment we are debating today do, Madam Speaker? It proposes several significant changes to the original act, which is now 4.5 years old. Firstly, the definition of law enforcement officer is expanded to include officers of the white-collar crime unit. The tainted property definition is revised to include property used in connection with unlawful conduct or intended for such use. Madam Speaker, you remember last year, October, we debated an amendment to the POCA, which is now still in force, which dealt with the tainted property definition. A similar definition adjustment is now being made for the POCARA, so that we could bring the POCARA into place to replace the POCA, and we could have the similar protections that are needed in the POCARA. New definitions are introduced, such as digital currency, person to include corporate bodies, virtual asset, and white-collar crime unit. A new division for forfeiture is added for the forfeiture of property, proceeds, or instrumentalities related to criminal offenses. The amendments allow the DPP, that's the Director of Public Prosecutions, to apply for forfeiture orders against tainted property and confiscation orders against benefits derived from those offenses. Madam Speaker, as a former prosecutor yourself, you know what confiscation orders and forfeiture orders involve. And they are a major deterrent for criminals, and it also helps to prosecute when you have these funds frozen, so that if you are successful, the funds could be dealt with afterwards. The amendment details the process for forfeiting property upon conviction of an offense, including provisions for absconding persons. It specifies that forfeited property vests in the Crown and outlines the registration requirements for registrable property. I want to highlight that one, Madam Speaker. When a person is successfully prosecuted, or there is asset recovery of their illicit gains. So, for example, if a criminal engaged in some sort of criminal activity and bought a condo in Frigate Bay, and it was determined that that condo was bought from gains from a criminal activity, and there now is a forfeiture of that condo, the condo then belongs to the state. If there is a seizure of cash that was gained from criminal activity, and then that cash is now forfeited, it is forfeited to the state for the benefit of the people because it was ill-gotten, Madam Speaker. So it doesn't just go into the wilderness, it actually becomes a state asset after the forfeiture. The amendment establishes procedures for notifying interested parties and amending applications for forfeiture orders. It enhances cooperation with foreign authorities in matters related to money laundering, including identifying, tracing, freezing, seizing, or forfeiting property. That is naturally very important, Madam Speaker, because the proceeds of crime can be used in other jurisdictions, and there needs to be collaboration between the different jurisdictions. The amendment grants customs officers and other law enforcement officers the authority to seize and detain cash or monetary instruments exceeding a specified value if suspected of being linked to unlawful activities. The amendment expands listed assets to include personal computers, mobile phones, and other movable electronic devices as listed assets subject to seizure. A new section on money laundering is introduced, which defines the offense of money laundering, including engaging in transactions involving proceeds of crime and receiving or transferring such property. The amendment specifies penalties for individuals and corporate bodies convicted of money laundering. It creates a forfeiture fund to manage proceeds from the sale of forfeited or confiscated property, with a management team composed of members of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. So if there's a pool of money that is seized, that is confiscated, that is forfeited, there is a management committee to decide what should be done. Should it go into criminal deterrent activities? Should it go into a scanner at customs to deter illicit trade in drugs and so forth? And the amendment ensures that proceedings commenced under the previous Proceeds of Crime Act, the POCA, continue to apply, because naturally there's a transition now with the safe passage of this bill from POCA to POCARA. And with the passage of the amendments, Madam Speaker, POCARA can now, if there is safe passage, be brought into force. How do steps like this, Madam Speaker, take us towards a sustainable island state? When the public perceives that the legal system is effectively addressing the issue of criminal proceeds of crime, it can lead to increased trust in the justice system. A robust legislative toolbox, along with effective enforcement of proceeds of crime legislation, helps maintain public confidence and demonstrate the government's commitment to combating crime. The effective recovery of proceeds of crime reinforces the rule of law, instilling confidence in the justice system. This, in turn, dissuades individuals from resorting to illegal activities. Recovering the proceeds of crime acts as a formidable deterrent to criminals by targeting their financial interests, instilling fear of loss, and demonstrating the legal consequences of criminal behavior. This multifaceted approach not only punishes wrongdoers, but also discourages others from engaging in unlawful activities, contributing to a safer and more just society. Let us remember that our society is built upon the principles of justice and the rule of law. We need not go further than the first paragraph within our Constitution, which states that the people of St. Christopher and Nevis desire the creation of a climate of economic well-being in the context of respect for law and order. Modern legislation like the POCARA, in its version that we have proposed today, strengthens those foundations, making it clear that to all that crime does not pay, and that the rights of the innocent will always be protected. In doing so, we stand united in our commitment to a safer and more just society for all, as we charter the course of our nation towards a sustainable island state with robust institutions that can outlast and subvert any future attempts to destroy our country through rampant corruption based on greed. Those days are over, Madam Speaker. Together, on the constitutional commitment to achieve our national objectives with a unity of purpose, we can further strengthen our ability to combat crime and recover the proceeds of criminal activity, ensuring a safer and more just future for our nation. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I wish the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024 safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Move of the bill. I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion and the bill and reserve my right to speak at a later time.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 10.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to make a contribution to the bill before this Honorable House, the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, I must say that I commend the administration for trying as much as possible to strengthen our legislation in order to deter crime. And I think that all of us in St. Kitts and Nevis should be very concerned right now with the level of crime that has been plaguing the Federation. And as the mover of the bill would have indicated, this is not only happening in St. Kitts and Nevis, so we are not unique in any way. This is something that is rampant throughout the Caribbean region. And of course, we are very much a part of the Caribbean, and we should all be concerned. It seems like it's a trend that is happening throughout the entire Caribbean region, the entire hemisphere, and it is something that we ought to be concerned about. Madam Speaker, crime is crime. And persons may not be involved in a murder per se, in a robbery per se, but there are crimes that are coming in all sorts of forms now. We hear so much about the cybercrime, we hear so much about the fraud, we hear so much about the scamming, and these are ways and means. People are becoming very creative in the way that they are performing their criminal acts now. And it is important as a nation that we devise, or we have ways and means of confiscating property that are ill-gotten. A lot of persons get involved in criminal activity, and some may not be upfront, some may not be at the forefront of it. They may be at the back end. They might be pushing someone who is up front and doing all of their dirty work. But in essence, they might be benefiting in a huge way. They might be getting the money, the large chunk of the money. Those who are at the forefront might be just getting a small chunk. But the persons who are really behind some of the criminal activity, they are the ones who might be benefiting in a huge way. And I think that when people are performing criminal acts, doesn't have to be murder, that the state should step in. And of course, if they are getting property, whether it's be money, whether it's be houses, whether it be cars, whatever it is, I think that the state should step in and say, no, this is corrupt means by which you're getting these property, and I believe that the state should forfeit the property and, of course, ensure that these persons are brought to justice. And so, Madam Speaker, I would have gone through the bill, and I have to say it's a pretty comprehensive piece of amendment legislation. And I was happy in particular when I looked at the amendment on the tainted property section. Of course, it would have been described here what the tainted property is, apart from what would have been in the parent legislation. And so I must commend the framers here in terms of what tainted property is, in terms of use in and connection with the commission of an offense, derived, detained, or realized directly or indirectly from the commission of an offense, and so on. And so I want to commend this particular section. I also want to commend the section that speaks to the forfeiture of property in section 4B. And of course, where it says that where a person is convicted of an offense involving property, whether that offense is a money laundering offense, a predicate offense, or in otherwise related to the proceeds of crime under the laws of St. Christopher and Nevis, and the court is satisfied that the property is tainted property, the court shall, upon the application of the Director of Public Prosecution, order that the property and the proceeds be confiscated. Madam Speaker, I also draw your attention to the effects of the forfeiture order, and that is also in 4B, where it speaks to the subject to the subsection 2, where the court makes a forfeiture order against any property, the property that shall vest absolutely to the Crown. And of course, Madam Speaker, if the property is being confiscated, of course, the property should indeed go to the Crown. We must, of course, ensure that that property that is confiscated or that is being forfeited does not end up into the hands of another person who maybe have gotten it via means that are not in sync with the laws of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, in 114A as well, I draw your attention to that section where it says reporting, seizure, and detention of imported cash and monetary instruments. Of course, Madam Speaker, most of the times when we travel, when we look at the immigration form always asks you whether or not you're traveling with $10,000 cash or more. And persons may not, at the time when they're looking at the immigration form, realize that it is indeed a crime to travel with or to import cash in excess of that amount. And people are becoming very creative in the way they do things, Madam Speaker. And irrespective of the penalty that they think that they may face, the persons may not travel with it in their bag. They may not travel with it in their luggage, but they will find creative ways of ensuring that they get that cash, that raw cash, or some other valuables into the country. And so it is important, Madam Speaker, that that safeguard be there at the point of entry, where the customs officer will have the right to confiscate that cash that is being brought into the Federation illegally. Madam Speaker, as I commend the amendments that have been made to this bill, and as I would reiterate that St. Kitts and Nevis must absolutely get tough on crime, I want to also encourage that we not only strengthen the laws of the Federation to combat crime and to deter crime, but we absolutely must do things, more things on the ground to complement the laws that are being passed here in the Assembly. Of course, Madam Speaker, I just spoke about what can happen at customs and what customs are supposed to do. We have to find ways and means, Madam Speaker, of ensuring that we have or we weed out corrupt officers, whether it's in the police force, whether it's at customs, because in a sense, we keep wondering, how are so many things getting into the Federation? We must strengthen our border security. And whatever we have to do on the ground to strengthen or to complement what we're doing here in the Assembly, that has to be done. Because it's not all about coming to the Assembly and passing laws. Because a lot of the times, the criminals don't care about the laws that are being passed here. They will always find ways and means of doing things. A couple months ago, we were here in the Assembly, and we introduced a gun amnesty. But what happened? As soon as the gun amnesty was introduced, the crime rate went up. The criminals really don't care. And so we need, apart from passing these pieces of legislation, we absolutely must do more on the ground to ensure that we strengthen what we're doing on the ground and not only strengthen the laws. Because as I said, everybody's getting creative now, and they're going to find ways and means of getting around what we do here in Parliament. And so if we are absolutely serious about crime, as I said, it's a huge problem in the region now, and all of us in St. Kitts and Nevis, we ought to be concerned, and all of us need to speak out more. I think too many people in the Federation are silent about criminal activity. And that is why I believe it has spiraled so much out of control. We need to get a handle on it. And to get a handle on it, we must be more proactive on the ground. And so to complement what we do here, as I said, I compliment what we are doing here in the Assembly in trying to pass bills and to strengthen our legislative capacity. But part of that mission, Madam Speaker, must be to strengthen what is happening on the ground, what is happening at our borders, what is happening at our airports, what is happening at the seaports, what is happening at the post offices. Because if we don't strengthen these, no matter how much legislation we pass here in Parliament, the criminal activity will continue. And so with those few words, Madam President, I want to once again commend, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the piece of legislation that we are moving here today, and I want to wish it safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honorable member for Nevis 10. Is there another presenter? I recognize the honorable.
Madam Speaker, as before the mover comes to wrap this bill up, I just wanted to add my voice of support, with your indulgence, to the bill before this honorable House, the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024. The administration continues to put forward a suite or toolkit that will deal comprehensively with all areas of crime, from the lowest level of crime to the highest levels, whether it be international or whether it be on the street corner. And this shows the commitment of the government to tackle this head-on with the tools that are available to us. And I want to concur, of course, with the members who would have contributed thus far, member opposite, who supports the effort to bring this type of tool, but also to ensure that we continue bolstering our on-the-ground efforts to supplement these types of legislation. The message should be clear, really, to persons who want to involve themselves with crime or in crime, that this administration and the government and the people, of course, of this country who will support this are saying that anything that you do that is criminal, the state will look to prevent you from enjoying any of those benefits. So the point is, what's the sense? What's the sense? We are trying to provide, alternatively, avenues through which people can earn a legitimate income, whether it is through construction, whether it is through expansion of our tourism product, whether it is expansion of our infrastructural product, many avenues, whether it is through the creative economy, whether it is through the development of small businesses. We are providing opportunities for there to be worthwhile engagement of our citizens, and in particular, our young men, such that the attractiveness of illicit gains wanes. And by doing measures like this, the message should go out through the media houses that anything you get that is illegally gotten, the state is strengthening itself to be able to take it away from you, because you must not enjoy something that is gotten illegally or criminally. And so I want to lend my support to this bit of legislation and helping this piece of legislation now to actually be enforced, as there were some elements of it that prevented its through operationalization when it was first introduced. I want to also commend the mover of the bill, the Attorney General, and his team for the tremendous amount of work that is being done to bring all of these bits of legislation together. In our cabinet, we are clear that we want to fight crime on all levels. When we visited the schools, Every school that we visited this year for independence, we spoke about crime and violence. And we invited all of them, we invited all the schools to join us in our attempt to reduce the acts of violence across our beautiful isle. In fact, in many instances, we asked them to take an oath to say no to violence, to say yes to kindness, to say yes to love, and to say yes to always loving our country. And so when we come to Parliament in this manner, we are doing the other level of that type of engagement to make sure our national anthem rings through from now until forever, where it says where peace abounds. And so again, I want to commend all of the authors of this piece of legislation and also the authors that have reviewed it to bring these necessary amendments to give it the teeth that it needs to be useful in our society. With those few words, Madam Speaker, may this bill pass safely through this honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you to the honorable member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, when the government and the Prime Minister speak about addressing crime and violence in our country, he says it's an all-of-society approach. Today is an example of the Parliament, part of our society, doing its work and playing its part in trying to reduce the levels of crime and violence in our country. By bringing strong, robust, modern legislation and the toolkit, as was said by the member for number 3, giving our stakeholder institutions the toolkit to be able to confiscate proceeds of criminal activity. And that then, in turn, deters and discourages persons who enter into criminal activity, such as money laundering and other white-collar types of crimes, to make money. When you become a drug dealer, what do you do it for, Madam Speaker? Money. When you become a drug trader or a firearm dealer, what are you doing it for? Because you like selling things? No, you're doing it for money. So if there is a structure, a legal structure in place in a particular country that tells you anyhow we find out you're doing that, you're not just going to spend, well, now 30 or 40 years in prison when it comes to firearms, but maybe 5 years in prison when it comes to drugs, and come out and your house is there, your car is there, your iPhone 16 is there, and all the things that you spent your money on when you were making money doing illicit activities are there, they will be gone. So crime really no longer pays in St. Kitts and Nevis. Let that be the message that goes out to our people, Madam Speaker. So the POCARA, it's a comprehensive legal framework designed to address the forfeiture and confiscation, in other words, taking away, giving up, of proceeds derived from criminal activity. What it does, it disrupts and deters criminal activity by depriving criminals of their illicit gains. It enhances the ability of law enforcement and judicial authorities to trace, that is find, freeze, that is make you not have access to it, and recover, that is take the assets that are derived from criminal conduct. It promotes transparency and accountability in financial transactions to combat money laundering and related offenses. What that means, Madam Speaker, is that the banks and the financial institutions also have further strength to be able to stop money from moving, stop the person in whatever country where drugs are manufactured from paying the person in St. Kitts and Nevis to go on that boat and collect that package and move it on to somewhere else. To be able to trace those funds, freeze those funds, and confiscate those funds. And what it does, Madam Speaker, which is extremely helpful, is it facilitates the international cooperation in the fight against transnational crime and money laundering. Because it's not just a St. Kitts and Nevis problem. It is a regional problem. And we have to have the toolkit for the agencies in St. Kitts and Nevis to work with the agencies in Antigua and Barbuda, to work with the agencies in Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines and other jurisdictions, to work together to cut out the trade, to seize the assets, and to get those bad actors which are causing destruction in our society out of our society, Madam Speaker. And it must be said, people might say, well, that is a high-level thing, that is for white-collar criminals. No. This goes straight to the root of one of our major problems, which is violence and murders. A lot of the murders that are happening in our country are because of the trade in illegal drugs. We have the evidence now. There were studies done by professionals. This is one of the major causes of the murders that are happening in our society. And in order to deal with that problem, we have to sometimes deal with the overlying problems. We have to go to the root of the problem. We're not putting a plaster on a sore. We're treating the body. Dr. Douglas, is that an accurate representation?
Of course.
You treat the body so that you could get rid of the problem, and you don't have a festering sore. And that is what we're doing with the moving of this particular bill, Madam Speaker. I've went into all of the details. My colleagues in this honorable House have given their input. I think it's crystal clear to our people what is the intention of the government. We had a bill that was passed in 2020. It was not strong enough. We have now strengthened it. We have now, from a ministerial level, increased the training so that now, which is the intention to bring this POCARA into force, it can work, be efficient, do what it needs to do. And that is the intention, Madam Speaker. So with those few words, I really wish this bill safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill, for his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to excuse me. A bill to amend the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Act, number 9 of 2020, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Madam Clerk.
Clauses 1 through 16.
1 through
16.
The question is? Very well.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a proposed amendment to section 6(9), 6 subsection 9. We beg for it to read, pursuant to the provisions of this section, the White Collar Crime Unit may provide assistance to the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Attorney General's Office, or to the Director of Public Prosecutions by carrying out investigations as a result of a foreign request made for such assistance. Reason being is that the Attorney General's Office is responsible for most mutual legal assistance measures, and therefore there would be an appropriate office to add to that list of the FIU and the Director of Public Prosecutions. So their proposed amendment is to add after unit, the Attorney General's Office.
Indulgence. The question is that section 6, of the 6(9) stand part of the bill as amended, sorry, what's happening to me? Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Any other corrections? Very well. The question is that clauses 1 through 16 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I'll lunch right after.
My apologies, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
I was ready to go for the next one.
I realize.
Yes. Yes, yes, I'm being distracted, Madam Speaker. Yeah,
I can tell.
That's for the first time. Yes. Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly titled the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage with one amendment, and I pray that it be read for a third time and passed.
Seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise the second motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Act, Number 9 of 2020, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Honorable members, I think this is a convenient time to rise for lunch. I propose that we return at 3 p.m., so that's about an hour and 10 minutes thereabout. We've been going well, so we've been moving swiftly along. I'm proud of us. I'm very proud. And so, yes, I do. We have the auxiliary workers, and they need to also have, yes. Yes, so because you're so ready to do the other bill, I expect you to return promptly at 2:45. That's, no, please. No, yes, please. All right, so we'll rise and House will stand adjourned until 3 p.m.
For politics has its season, but prosperity has a price. And to build a progressive nation, we must pay the sacrifice. And the sacrifice of our leaders is to obey the one above, not to live for the love of power, but by the power of love. And the sacrifice of our people, when every election done, is come together and work with cooperation and change and stand up and build this nation. Yes, it's time to uplift our nation and disregard all and it's we who mash up our bands, and it's we who are the oppressors to the citizens of our lands, and we divide it in every situation. Take a good look at the Syrians, how they're prospering in this land. Under any administration, they unite with corporation. But my people are so divided on this little rock in the sea, that our sportsmen just have to suffer when they come from the country. That is why all our teams are failing, for we keep our sportsmen down. So let's forget all this regional division and change and stand up and build our nation. Together we lift our nation. Yes, and disregard all petty differences and regional confusion. For if we want this land to be a land that reigns with supremacy, then we let unity abide for the sake of our nation's pride. The ways to our nation's progress was found in calypso songs, when we used to sing songs of success and for blessings to our land. Now we cussing and spreading rumor to degrade others' character, but this should not be a part of our culture. So I said this word in calypso, that our children would understand, and calypsonians would remember when they sit down to write their songs, that when you point your finger at another, it's three pointing back at you. So when you degrade your own brother, you degrading your own self too. For the greatest crown of our nation is the crown of our nation's pride. So in unity we all should abide. Oh yes, let's stand up and build this nation. It's time to uplift our nation. Yes, and disregard all our differences. Let us work and live as one. For if we really, really want this land to be a land of pride and integrity, then let's put all these things aside and save our nation's pride. I said to save our nation's pride. Save our nation's pride. Now come on, politicians, save our nation. Wipe out all this division between the country and tongue. Calypsonians come build this land. We gonna stop pulling each other down. Yes. World peace you said, but all in your head is just theory to me and hypocrisy. Powers of nations and all trouble cease. Can we find world peace if you don't practice all of the things you preach? Powers of nations, because racial segregation and all discrimination you have promised to destroy, but yet you still employ the road to destruction. Powers of nations, our a world of peace. United Nations, you've promised to man that you'll end slavery and brutality for every nation. You have vowed to take heed that color or creed should not be taken to be a blame to man. United Nations. And who violate this law? What use you keeping them for? Put South Africa outside. If by law they can't abide, and let all be justified. Powers of nations, black South Africans are shut down cold-blooded in the streets of their land. This is plain terrorism and injustice to man. Powers of nations, can you fulfill this plan? When some men are slaves while others are free, in a world of injustice, what peace could there be? For we. So if you really want to no more, well, I am sure you will endure to stand for liberty and set the people free and let segregation cease. If you want a world of peace, I hope that you see that God Almighty is watching daily what you doing to be powers of nations. And the nations we see who are power hungry and all who ignorantly create diversity with other nations. He would surely write your name down in the book of tribulation. For look, the Russians named on there, it's disasters everywhere. So I hope you be aware. Powers of nations, you must understand. God wants every nation on this earth to be free, and His judgment is sure, though not done speedily. Powers of nations, His will must be done. If it takes all the earthquakes and the world disaster to bring all of the nations on this earth together, it will be. Because you don't want the world to war no more. So I am sure we will endure to stand for liberty and set the people free. So they cry from west to east, for He wants a world of peace. I said to stand for liberty and set the people free. Hear the cry from west to east, for He wants a world of
This is a tribute to St. Kitts Carnival 71 and 72. What a wonderful time that was, eh? And I'm not speaking here. Well, I bought me a road march tune to make you jump to the moon. I make this tune since 69 to make you shake up your body line. You got to believe it, cause it's the road march it. To hear what I say, compare your mass and carnival day. Compare your mass all over town. Carnival 71, play your mass over canal. On national carnival, suck it to me, but keep on whining. And she is passing, suck it to me, don't waste no time, suck to me from behind. Last year we were playing mass all over town. This year is a brand new song. Everybody telling me, bring back that sweet melody. So here I am with this bottle in my hand. It's a drunken mass, they must do tumble down. It's a drunken mass for the old and the young. Steel band and big drum and a whole bottle of rum. It's a drunken mass all over town. One month in New York City, and me a keep what she got me going crazy. Spending 1 month in New York City, and me a keep woman she have me going crazy. And she don't understand I'm a white young man, and it's time but time I had to leave she behind. So don't run, we had to go back home. Let go me jacket man, I'm going home straight. Carnival 72, we got me late. Jamming today and tomorrow. When the sunshine come, there we go. Everybody join in. Let go me jacket man, I'm going home straight. Carnival 72, we got me late. Jamming today and tomorrow. When the sunshine come, there we go. Let me go, let me go. Let go me jacket man, I'm going home straight. Put it past me. Carnival 72, we got me late. Jamming today and tomorrow. When the sunshine This one was measured and sired by the football tree. In my old lady backyard. Last year in the band, me and me woman, them bad and push me down, and then they both around. I make up my mind, I'm taking it this time, so make me plan. Me ain't go to no policeman. I went to my grandfather for a remedy. He tell me measure me hand by this purple tree. So I kneel down on the ground, and I do as me grandpa say. No, me hand come big, strong, and fit for carnival day. With me iron hand, jumping in the band. Woman, oh man, can't stop me iron hand. With me left and right hand, in space, me iron hand in the waist, bacchanal, in the place. Everybody jumping, everybody jamming, trouble in the band. With me iron hand, one all them young woman, trouble in the band. With me iron hand. know she making profits, she ain't clever, I am the boss. And she want to know how the hell me hand get thick so she promised to bring by me more than Barbaro. But when they see me hand, they started to ball. I'm a crazy man, they say I make the donkey look small. With me iron hand, jumping in the van. Woman, no man, can't stop the iron hand. Hit me left and right and in space, the iron hand in me waist. Bacchanal in the place. Everybody jumping, everybody jamming. Trouble in the band with me iron hand. One all them young woman. Trouble in the band with me iron hand. Moon and Sam, I warning everyone, policeman and all them policewoman. Who bad they come, let me have me fun. In tens of thousands, it's like fire, they got to run. And believe it or not, I go whip them with all I got. And every time I lash in them the same spot from behind. So when you see me in the van, me and me woman, please don't bounce on me, cause you bounce on me iron hand. With me iron hand, drumming in the band. Woman or man, can't stop me iron hand. With me left and right hand, in space. Me iron hand in me waist. Bacchanal in the place. Everybody jumping, everybody jamming. Trouble in the band with me iron hand. One all them young woman. Trouble in the band with me iron hand. Lord. Playing mass all over town, 1972. They got me jacket, 1973 is coming. Plenty bacchanal, and they want to know what I'm doing for the carnival. All day, all night, we plan to parade the town. All day, all night, Coca-Cola coming down. All day, all night, steel bands and GI brass. All day, all night, well it's now a playing mass. Stay up, let me have me fun. Stay up, let me drink the rum. Stay up, if you black or white, stay up all day, stay up all night. Carnival down here is really a sight to see. Playing mass this year till the 2nd of January. If you think I'm making joke, you could bring your bag of smoke. See me drinking up me high wine, putting a cloud 9. All day, all night, we plan to parade it down. All day, all night, Coca-Cola coming down. All day, all night, steel fans and GI brass. All day, all night, well it's now a playing mass. Stay up, let me have me fun. Stay up, let me drink me rum. Stay up, if you black or white, stay up all day, stay up all night. All day. Coming down to play mass with elite this year. Going around town, smoking and drinking everywhere. I'm taking she round the city for everybody to see. Miss all having a damn good time. Ellie mad from behind. All day, all night, we plan to parade it down. All day, all night, Coca-Cola coming down. All day, all night, steel bands and GI brass. All day, all night, young and old whining there. Stay up, let me have me fun. Let me drink me rum. Stay up, if you're black or white. Stay up all day, stay up all night. All day. Some people planning for me, especially Juni and Sweeney. They go beat me up in the band, they plan to kill me iron hand. And they weapon me home in Newton, and they cut me for watch it down. Well, they think that Ellie Mac done, they never know I had a shotgun. But shotgun, I ain't joking. With me shotgun, I ain't running. They sent for the Frenchman to kill me iron hand. Well, since they want fun, come back with me shotgun. Brother or sister, father or mother, shooting left, shooting right, shooting center. If I smoke up me grass, when I play me mask, I'll shoot your head, I'll shoot your foot, I'll shoot your ass. So Rasta man down in town, they vex with me cause I sing me song. They say I'm out of me mind, they call me suicide, they call me swine. And they studying up the karate, and they sending challenge to me. How to go make them all shut them out, they go see the street and can't come out. Cause I have me shotgun, I ain't joking. With me shotgun, I ain't running. They sent for the Frenchman to kill me iron hand. Well, since they want fun, come back with me shotgun. Brother or sister, father or mother, shooting left, shooting right, shooting center. If I smoke up me grass, when I play me mask, I'll shoot your head, I'll shoot your foot, I'll shoot your ass. Kajola up on the hill with a catty pull on the old friend's bill. He say he go shoot me down and take away me road march gun. But he better leave me alone, cause the catty for shooting stone. And me shotgun shooting lead, so if he mess with me, he's dead, he dead. Cause I have me shotgun, I ain't joking. With me shotgun, I ain't running. They sent for the Frenchman to kill the iron hand. Well, since they want fun, I come back with me shotgun. Brother or sister, father or mother, shooting left, shooting right, shooting center. When I smoke up the grass and I play me mask, I'll shoot your head, I'll shoot your foot, I'll shoot your ass. Fire! Everybody know, it's Daniel Banfalo. He big and he's strong, nothing police hold it down. Always running to the land, with a dog on the head, axe in the hand. Raping woman, he beating man. Everybody pray Daniel Ban, but it's going to be me. And Daniel in the band, to a we could bounce on any man. So come out and play, but clear out the way. It's me and Daniel Ban in the band till New Year's Day. Fire! Not long ago, man used to afraid to walk on the street because the new band want to meet. He was walking to a cane field, anybody who need to chop off the heel. Tell him his name is Daniel Ban, so they must get off his father's land, but it's going to be me. And Daniel in the band, to a we could bounce on any man. So come out and play, but clear out the way. It's me and Daniel Ban in the band till New Year's Day. Fire! Everyone in town should know Mr. Brown. The man was tall and stiff like calm, always in the donkey would walk. Till that day in Connery, down on the beat where Daniel meaty. He got that full pistol from the band, he jump off his donkey, went to the land. It's going to be me and Daniel in the band. To a we good balls on any man. So come out and play, but clear out the way. It's me and Daniel Ban in the band till New Year's Day. Fire! for carnival. Everybody planning for bacchanal. Man, woman, and child masquerading, brass band and steel band, jamming, string band and bitch and beating everywhere. Man running to catch up the steel band, G.I.'s coming down with Daniel Band, Mastilan, rioting Master. And going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet, we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop, we gon' be bacchanal, we going on bad. Amongst them, oh Lord, jam them, oh Lord, beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Smash them, oh Lord, mash them, oh Lord, trash them, oh Lord, oh Lord. 20 bulls coming down from Charlestown. Long line of Woosie leading the clown. Maka jumping coming across the street. 10 feet tall like in the woody feet. Nigga pigeons playing across the road. Daddy with a notice. Monkey comes in the hand. Bear on the belly. Barrow in front to carry heavy load. And we going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet we gone mad. And anybody who try to stop it, we gon' be bacchanal, we going on bad. Amongst them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Mash them, oh Lord, trash them, oh Lord, smash them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Playing mass with a baseball bat. Bobby in the yard with a floppy hat. Maple leaf and Coca-Cola. Beating music sweet like sugar. Said on the air with iron hand. Murder in the pan. We smoke it fight like hell. Sister Josie, the TV child and the wrong and way the band. We going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet we gone mad. And anybody try to stop it, we'll be bacchanal, going on bad, they're bad. Amongst them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Squash them, oh Lord, mash them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, oh Lord. Flying from New York State, welcome body coming to participate. They're bringing me young man, the big fat one from Dongla. I love she sexy walks and she 10 gold tickets she mount. Monkey from a Leroy Van Love coming down from Toronto. Trouble with the white woman that they're bringing out. And we going down 4th Street like we crazy. The music so sweet we gone mad. And anybody try to stop it, we'll be bacchanal, we're going on bad, real bad. Bounce them, oh Lord, jump them, oh Lord, beat them, oh Lord, oh Lord. I mean, oh Lord, you're tight, oh Lord, you're donkey, oh Lord, oh Lord.
Weak heart must feel it. Elimat speaking here. Unity is strength.
I would like to let some people know it's stronger than ever. All the fans up in Toronto, it's stronger than ever. All the fans in New York City, it's stronger than ever. Tell all the girls in Montreal go be stronger than ever. But it have some hypocrites in my country. All like rapper Juni Bulgani. They got him Sonyan from Monkey Hill. I mean, they want to take insurance money. And all the praying to see the GIs fall. Be stronger than ever. All the way to live to hear us fall. Be stronger than ever. You could never hear them wish us well, but be stronger than ever. Kiss my pants and go to hell for we stronger than ever. Ayo! Let some people know be stronger than ever. Madam Stash in a big motor road, be stronger than ever. All the fans in the Virgin Isles, be stronger than ever. All them who think we making style, be stronger than ever. Everybody now bearing grudges, got the chows and on patches. Though in business we can't agree, we don't take it personally. And everybody who cussing we daily, be stronger than ever. All those who try to understand we, be stronger than ever. All them who stop their worrying, stronger than ever. I want you to give this message to Ron Martin, stronger than ever. Ayo! Them budge, them vicious, them thief, them heavy, them rape. You see, tell them they're no good. Tell them daddy, them vicious. Tell them Tommy, them man dangerous, sir. Stronger than ever, 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 stronger than ever. Some women attacked me last year inside the bar. They're looking for a strong and healthy man. So they tell me, Ellie, you look big and sexy. You are just the right man to satisfy we. Well, the band was playing, so I couldn't do nothing but to hold a woman tight and sing. Jabba was mad to play with me and them women. They prancing like they ain't got no problem. And they walking up the bottom and belly. And they wailing down the place like they crazy. They're jumping and screaming, they're wheeling and chanting, they're rolling and shaking, making bacchanal. They're chipping and shouting, they're whining and swaying, they're bumping and singing. This is Carnival. Music like fire. The women say that they search the whole of the band. Until me, they couldn't find the right man. They tried big fat Euclid, the one with the fried chicken. All he could do with them girl, he was good for nothing. Well, they tried with Big Paul, he was big but too small. But when the tempo started to fly, he fall. Jabba was mad to play with me and them women. They prancing like they ain't got no problem. They walking up the bottom and belly. And they wailing down the place like they crazy. They whining and shouting, they screaming and bawling, they rolling and shaking, making bacchanal. They chipping and shouting, they whining and swaying, they bumping and singing. This is Carnival. for. If it hit you, ask some more. A tune for brass, a tune for band, any kind of mass. Woman or man, if you're feeling old, it'll make you young. If you're feeling cold, it'll melt you down. And you know this tune from since you're small. This tune is known to one and all. It's so sweet and simple, it will make you tremble and sing. Ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham. Keep on jamming. Ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham. Till 2 in the morning. Sing and beating, sham sham. Brass and blowing, sham sham. Iron ringing, sham sham. Everybody wailing. Children screaming, sham sham. Bottle belting, sham sham. Police barking, sham sham. What's any man whining? We got must feel it again. Coming down Fourth Street, got the music sweet. Then go back for so, with me calypso. Me and Monkey Bum, behind the drum. With the boy ready, and the girl I eat. Make it real back and all inside the band. We plan to bounce on any man. We smoking up and drinking, we jumping up and prancing away. Ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham. Keep on jamming. Ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham. Till 2 in the morning. Sing and beating, sham sham. Brass and blowing, sham sham. Iron ringing, sham sham. Everybody wailing. Children screaming, sham sham. Bottle belting, sham sham. Police barking, sham sham. What's any man whining? Everybody say, they go break away. When the song play, they go ball hooray, hooray. They go skip and dance, they go chip and prance, they go rock and roll, hit the soul. The old man, some people talking about. In the mass, when things goes down and out. When they plan to jam them, tell them it's no problem to me. Go hit them. Ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham. Keep on jamming. Ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham, ilele, sham sham. Till 2 in the morning. Sing and beating, sham sham. Brass and blowing, sham sham. Iron ringing, sham sham. Everybody's wailing. Children screaming, sham sham. Bottle belting, sham sham. Police barking, sham sham. With any man whining. sensation. I feel the vibration. When she whine, she behind. I kill it, she in me mind. She only whining. In front the band, whining. And carrying on this young lady. And the crowd, pass on me. She only whining. And going on bad, whining. She throwing her like she crazy. Exposing she body come on, baby. Heads and tie, sheep and donkey, cattle and monkey, watching the young lady and the woman you win with a long tongue hanging and the moonlight on a high, watching the girl like in a fight. The only whining in front the band, whining and carrying on this young lady and the crowd battling. The only whining and going on back, whining. She blowing hard like she crazy. Exposing she body come on, baby. Lord, me woman Jessie, leave me 3 weeks picnic alone in me house and gone party. Partner, when I get the story, I say, well, I'm going and kill she. But when I reach the party house, I remember I love you love. So I said, come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Jessie, how you could leave me picnic all alone? Only because I love you, but I ain't bust your bone. So you better come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Before you get that baby, every night was smoke and whiskey down in Avondale with Audrey. I thought that this child would cool you, but you're giving much more trouble. I got to be mad. For Jessie, I love you real bad, so you better come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Jessie, how you could leave me, pick me all alone? Only because I love you, but I ain't bust your bone. So you better come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Come go home, you wild, wild girl. Come go home. No. Jessie, girl, you crazy to be in a party. The place is so small, someone must tell me. Everybody know the story about Ferdinand and Mary
and everyone will laugh. When I bust your cargo in half, so you better come go home, you wild wild dead. Come go home, no. Come go home, you wild wild dead. Come go home, no. Jesse, how you could leave me, pick me all alone? Only because I love you, but I ain't bust your bone. So you better come go home, you wild wild dead. Come go home, no. Come go home, you wild wild dead. Come go home, no. Jesse, you ain't coming with me?
Yeah, I said no.
Then what must do with the picnic?
Right way. Leave me alone now.
Yo, Jesse,
Bye, let me go.
Jesse.
Bye, go home.
Fourth Street jamming. Ayo! Brass and steel band, making sweet jam. Ching band, big jump. Everybody having fun and the atmosphere. To tell you plain that the time has come to jump again. Young and old is behaving, everybody gone on a spree. It's bacchanal in my country. Watch the people running when they hear the steel band beat. See them how they wailing when the bass band starts playing. Boom bam, 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 boom bam.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. I rise to lead the debate of and have read for a second time in this August Assembly today the bill shortly titled Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this bill was first tabled on July 5th, 2024. Madam Speaker, in legal proceedings, a bill of indictment serves as a formal accusation of a crime, a formal written accusation of a crime. An ordinary bill of indictment typically comes after a preliminary hearing where a magistrate judge determines if there's enough evidence to proceed to trial. So that I'm not talking too much legal jargon and I can help persons here and persons watching online or on television to understand, let us take the Puff Daddy, P. Diddy situation that a lot of people are aware of now. 2 days ago, P. Diddy was indicted. So he received, or yesterday, so he received an indictment to say what his charge was. And this was done after, in the States, which is their process, there was a grand jury. So a grand jury is where people come together and the authorities present the evidence, and then the grand jury determines whether a person should be indicted. And what being indicted means is being charged with a serious offense, as opposed to a not so serious offense. So let's break that down. So shoplifting, taking up a Bimbo biscuit. Do kids these days know Bimbo biscuit? Oh, they still sell them? Okay. Well, when I was in high school, you had to, during break time, had to buy a Bimbo biscuit. So if somebody goes into a store and steals a Bimbo biscuit, they're unlikely to be indicted because that is not a serious offense. It's an offense, and they could go before the magistrate's court on a charge. But if you take up a baseball bat and hit someone over the head, you could be indicted for causing grievous bodily harm to that person. So that's a serious offense. So that goes to the high court. Whereas if you stole the Bimbo biscuit, it will go to the magistrate's court. This, as people say, the small court, or as we say when the court building was functional, which it will be shortly again, you go downstairs to the magistrate's court, or you go upstairs to the high court. So what we're dealing with today is a bill of indictment, which is serious matters. So a voluntary bill of indictment is initiated by the prosecution without the need for a preliminary hearing or prior committal proceeding. So for example, I'll use the Puff Daddy, P. Diddy situation. In our jurisdiction, if somebody like him was alleged to have committed the offenses that he has been alleged to have committed, that person would get charged by the police, and they would then have to go before the magistrate's court. And there will be a process in the magistrate's court called a paper committal, where all of the evidence is collated into a book or a bundle of documents, and it goes before the magistrate, and the magistrate reads it, the person appears before the court, and then the magistrate would say, there is enough evidence for this person to be committed to the high court, and then the DPP's office will prepare the indictment for the person to go to the high court. So that is a process. And what we have seen, originally our process was the old UK process, which you had a preliminary inquiry, where you go and the persons present the evidence, and the magistrate hears the evidence, and all of your statements are recorded, and then at the end of that hearing, that preliminary inquiry, the magistrate says, there is enough for you to go to the high court or not. We used to have that. When I started practicing, that is what the process was. Within the last maybe 10 years or so, that process was changed, so you no longer have to do the whole trial twice in the magistrate's court and in the high court. Now you prepare a paper committal in the magistrate's court, and the magistrate still decides whether it should go upstairs or not. So naturally what that did was, it created a backlog. Because your matter now, which is a matter that should go to the high court, is now spending time in the magistrate's court. And the magistrate's court is where the majority of disputes in our federation are resolved. So naturally, the magistrate's court lists are longer. The magistrates have to deal with civil matters, criminal matters, traffic matters, domestic violence matters, family matters, maintenance matters. So the court is filled with matters. So what happened was that we evolved from an original position of doing preliminary inquiries, which was literally doing your case twice, to go into paper committals, which was a little faster, but still got caught up in the bureaucracy of the magistrate's court. And now we are trying to evolve to the next level of efficiency by way of this voluntary bill of indictment bill, where the DPP will have the discretion to bring serious cases directly to the High Court, directly to trial, bypassing the need for there to be a paper committal in the magistrate's court. This type of bill of indictment is used in cases where evidence is very strong and the prosecution seeks a speedy trial. I'll give you another example, Madam Speaker. If somebody is driving a vehicle on Pond Road and they get pulled over for their tint being too dark, and when the police enter the vehicle, they find a firearm, and the person says, "Oh gosh, I don't have a license." Police arrest the person. The police then charge the person for possession of that firearm. What happens now is that that person, despite the clear evidence of them possessing a firearm without a license, goes to the magistrate's court, and the matter goes on the list, and the matter comes up. Is your paper committal ready? No. The matter gets adjourned. Is your paper committal ready? No, because prosecutors, police, the officials in the magistrate's court are all busy people, so matters don't come right away to be resolved. So then, before you know it, 6 months down the line, the person is still in the magistrate's court, even if the person wants to plead guilty. Even if the person wants to plead guilty, because they have to wait for the rice to cook. If I use the member for number 8, the Prime Minister, his analogy. What we want to do, and what we are proposing to do by this bill, is to allow the DPP, in situations like that, to be able to file a voluntary bill of indictment, which allows the matter not to be caught up in the processes of the magistrate court, but to go directly to the High Court. That has two solutions. One, if the person wants to plead guilty, the matter can then be brought by a bill of indictment. Next sitting of the High Court, the person comes in, the indictment is read. You, John Doe, are charged with possessing a firearm without a license, offending the Firearms Act. How do you plead? That person pleads guilty. That person then is set for sentencing. And then that person, between arrest and sentencing, it could be a couple weeks instead of a couple years. So that is part of this criminal justice reform structure that we are creating, where matters can be dealt with much quicker. And if persons know, for example, that person who's caught with the firearm and knows, listen, mea culpa, I was wrong, that person could decide, I'm going to plead guilty, beg favor from the judge, make whatever reason they had for their illegal possession, and they could start serving their sentence right away, and then they serve their sentence and they can move on with life, instead of waiting sometimes months, sometimes years for their matter to come up. And that is the fundamental position with respect to this. So if there's a situation where the evidence is clear, there's not a lot of DNA and all sorts of other evidence that you need to gather, it's a straightforward situation, or the evidence is very strong, even if you do have complex evidence, the DPP can then prepare a voluntary bill of indictment, gather all of those pieces of evidence, and say to the judge, we want this matter to come up for hearing. So if you have, for example, a very high-profile incident, and you have witnesses who are willing to come and say what happened, you could expedite that trial and prepare, the DPP can prepare a voluntary bill of indictment, and within weeks, not months, not years, within weeks, that matter could end up on the High Court's docket, and it could be tried. So a voluntary bill of indictment results in a quicker resolution of the case, promoting judicial efficiency and resource optimization. By allowing certain cases to proceed directly to trial, the legislation aims to reduce the burden on the judicial system and to free up resources that can be allocated to other cases. It is anticipated that this would not only benefit the individuals involved in the case, but would also contribute to the overall efficiency and effectiveness of the legal system. That is what we're trying to achieve. So, how it works, Madam Speaker. The DPP may file a voluntary bill of indictment in the High Court against someone charged in the Magistrates Court with an indictable offense under special conditions. This includes cases of serious fraud, offenses involving vulnerable witnesses, and situations where the right to fair trial is at risk. So that's when the DPP can jump in. And a voluntary bill must be signed by the DPP and filed with the High Court registrar, along with evidence statements, documentary exhibits, and lists of exhibits. So a bill of indictment cannot be done until the investigation is complete and all of the evidence that the prosecution wishes to rely on is ready. And then, upon the filing of the bill, the registrar must issue a summons to the accused person to appear in court, and if that person is in custody, ensure their presence before the High Court judge. Filing a voluntary bill halts committal proceedings or summary trials in the Magistrates Court for the same matter. A warrant can be issued if the accused fails to attend court or avoid service of the voluntary bill. The accused must plead to the voluntary bill in the High Court. If guilty, they can be convicted. If not guilty, a trial date is set and the case management hearings are scheduled. Statements submitted with a voluntary bill are deemed depositions under relevant laws, and decisions of the DPP to file a voluntary bill can be reviewed judicially on limited grounds, such as excess of statutory powers or bad faith. That is, if the DPP files a voluntary bill of indictment and you wish to challenge it, you're saying it's being done in bad faith, then you can challenge that decision of the DPP to do that. And if an accused indicates a guilty plea in magistrate's court, an inquiry is conducted and the DPP decides whether to file a voluntary bill. This is about allowing persons who are pleading guilty to get to their sentencing or get to the resolution of their matter much quicker. And what that will do, what that is intended to do, is to reduce the backlog that is in the High Court to be resolved. So, Madam Speaker, it is a very simple bill. It is something that is standard in most jurisdictions. We are now bringing our criminal justice laws up to date. We have committed, along with all of our CARICOM neighbors, to the Needham's Point Declaration on Criminal Justice Reform, when we met in Barbados in October, November last year. And we have all undertaken to pass laws like this that will help to make our system more efficient. It is fair to the accused. It is fairer to the victims. It is fairer to the judges. It is fairer to the prosecutors. It's fairer to the court staff that the system run efficiently and effectively. This is one of the tools now, if this bill is safely passed, that will be in our toolkit to be able to, my goal, to have the maximum time that a person waits for their trial and sentencing to be 18 months. That is the target. In some jurisdictions in the Caribbean, some people are on remand for 10 years on average. In St. Kitts and Nevis currently, the average is about 2 to 3 years from the time you are charged with the offense to the time you're sentenced. And that's just not good. That is, whilst it's better than other jurisdictions, we are really in the kind of top tier of shortest time. It's still not as good as it should be. Persons should, if they want to plead guilty, not have to wait long. Persons, if they want their matters to be resolved, should not have to wait with anxiety until their matter is resolved. Persons should not have to wait in prison on remand for 2, 3, 4 years, awaiting a trial, when potentially they could be found not guilty. So it helps the overall system for the criminal justice system to be efficient. And this is one of the key elements to getting that done. This has been requested by the court. This was recommended by all of the criminal justice stakeholders in the Needham Point Declaration, the DPP's office, and even the lawyers, because lawyers represent their clients and they act in the best interest of their clients. The best interest of their clients is to get their matter resolved as quickly as possible. There's another point, Madam Speaker, before I take my seat and end my debate. Part of the problem with convicting, and my fundamental view is, Madam Speaker, and it's a view that is not something special. If you do bad things, persons who commit criminal offenses, one of the ways to fix that is to put those people behind bars. That has been the process since the beginning of time, that certain people should not be in the society. Certain people should be punished and removed from society so they can cause no more harm. In order to do that, we have to have an efficient, effective criminal justice system. And one of the downfalls to waiting for 2-3 years for a matter to be tried naturally is witnesses are no longer interested. If you witness something that happened and you're brave enough to say, I am going to, country above self, I'm going to testify, I'm going to say what I saw. A couple weeks pass, you'll give your witness statement to the police, you're thinking you'll get a call. 6 months passes, you get no call. A year passes, you get no call. You start to say, but is this serious? A year and a half passes, you get no call. 2 years passes, you get a call. You're thinking, okay, oh, sorry, the matter was adjourned for another 8 months. And then you start to think, but do I even remember all the details? Yes, I gave a statement, but a statement is not the beginning and the end of your evidence. You start to become disinterested. So by having speedy trials, particularly high-profile ones, where there could be actual witness intimidation or persons eyewitness protection, you want to bring those matters up quickly so that the evidence can be presented and there is no outside influence on that process. So there are numerous benefits to having a more efficient justice system. This is one of the tools in the toolkit that the government is proposing in order to have a more efficient justice system, which then at the end result, it goes to people's constitutional rights, to fairness, and to natural justice, and to have their matters and disputes resolved within a reasonable time. So it's almost our constitutional and moral, ethical duty to do what we can as a parliament to try and make our systems more efficient so that persons can receive justice in a swift time, including the victims, Madam Speaker. Because a lot of times we talk about the accused and their rights, and we don't think about the victims. The victims of crime need justice. And it's very important that they be allowed to get justice swiftly. As I said, this is a key element to that. And I welcome any discussions in this honorable House on this bill, and I wish it safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, the mover of the bill. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher II.
Madam Speaker, I rise on this occasion to second and, of course, to lend my voice, and with it, my support for the bill shortly titled Voluntary Bill of Indictment, Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this afternoon, I am indeed honored to address this honorable House and to contribute to the discussions of this very important bill. I say this, Madam Speaker, because we have been working for some time as a government to implement fundamental and critical improvements to the criminal justice system of this country. And this bill before the Parliament today is a significant step, as the mover of the bill indicated, in that regard, in reducing the endemic delay in the criminal trial process. And Madam Speaker, I'm sure you are very much aware of the delay to which I speak. I see the Sergeant at Arms who I've worked with in matters in court who could very well attest to delay in the criminal trial system. Madam Speaker, I requested some statistics, and the statistics show that as at August 2024, there are 32 criminal cases on the docket to be tried at the St. Kitts High Court. I didn't get the data for Nevis, but I don't doubt that it's similar. This figure, of course, Madam Speaker, does not account for the numbers on Nevis. There are other matters in transit, of course, meaning that the process involving paper committals have been completed, but no indictment would have been filed. Madam Speaker, the statistics show as well that there are 30 criminal matters before the two divisions of the St. Kitts Magistrates Court to be tried, 8 of which are indictable matters. Between January 2022 and August this year, 2024, approximately 80 cases were resolved in 2022 and August this year, 2024, approximately 80 cases were resolved in the High Court by trial. Therefore, Madam Speaker, approximately 3 trials are completed monthly in the High Court. Their sizes, which is what we refer to as the court year, is approximately 9.5 months. So approximately 25 cases are triable per year. On average, the process involving the paper committal process, which is the initiating of the indictment, the High Court trial, these cases, the entire process can take between 2 to 3 years, as the mover of the bill, the learned Attorney General, said earlier, before an accused person can finally be sentenced. Madam Speaker, these matters do not merely represent pending matters or charges. They represent hundreds of persons whose lives have been disrupted and who wait anxiously for some type of progress or closure in respect of a criminal trial that has followed them like a shadow. It must be emphasized, Madam Speaker, that for every pending case, there are, just as the mover of the bill says, accused persons, sometimes multiple victims, several witnesses, and distressed family members, and not forgetting members of the public, citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis. This, Madam Speaker, is the reality of our pre-trial criminal system. To add to this, Madam Speaker, is the other cases filed annually, which joins the queue of pending matters. It is well known that the work of conducting preliminary inquiries is shared between the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Royal St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force. The statistics show, Madam Speaker, that both agencies, that is the Office of the DPP and the Police Force, are currently, as the move of the bill suggested, facing a backlog in their respective roles. As Madam Speaker, you fully well know that they are also tasked with various other duties beyond those related to court-related preliminary inquiries. All of this, Madam Speaker, demonstrates the critical need for a bill of this nature. This bill, Madam Speaker, seeks and proposes to empower the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, giving him or her, of course, the discretion to bring matters of a serious nature directly to trial, bypassing the need for a paper committal in the magistrate's court. As you would be aware, Madam Speaker, this type of indictment is often used in cases where the evidence, as the mover of the bill suggested, is strong and overwhelming, and the prosecution seeks, and perhaps even the accused seeks, a speedy trial. Madam Speaker, this is in fact not the first bill brought to this honorable House aimed at improving our criminal justice system. The learned Attorney General and the mover of this bill has brought several bills, all of which this government hopes would ultimately bring about an improvement of the criminal justice system. I can personally, Madam Speaker, attest to the fact that as a former practitioner in the criminal court, that when the legislation, as the mover of the bill suggested, introducing paper committal was passed some maybe 10 years ago, it was hoped by many of us at the criminal bar that the paper committal process would have sped up the criminal process trial. However, what I personally found on a lot of occasions, Madam Speaker, was a somewhat deficient system resulting from a number of things the mover of the bill referred to. Systematic issues such as multiple adjournments, shortage of prosecutors, unavailability of defense counsel, issues with unavailability of witnesses, amongst other reasons, resulting sometimes in what is referred to in the cases as inordinate delay in the dispositions of the preliminary inquiries. Inordinate delay sometimes, Madam Speaker, in relation to capital matters, I have found, and those are the matters where accused persons are charged with murder, can take over 2 years before an accused person charged can be brought to the committal stage, not even to the sentencing stage. This means, Madam Speaker, 2 years before the matter can get to trial. This has led to the unfortunately, undue incarceration of accused persons, some of whom to find out at the end of the delay, after several years, that what we call in law a prima facie case has not been made out against them. I can recall, Madam Speaker, having to advocate before the courts for accused persons who had had their constitutional rights infringed, resulting from inordinate delay. This government continues to do all that we can do in our efforts to improve the criminal justice system. And I am happy this afternoon, Madam Speaker, and believe me when I say so, to support this bill, merely because the intention of the bill is to cure some of the issues experienced by persons involved in the criminal justice system by expediting the criminal trial process, moving us, Madam Speaker, to the point where we can have matters resolved in a speedy, efficient, and of course, fair manner, bringing relief to those who are accused of crime and their families, the victims and their families, and of course, Madam Speaker, the citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, some of the sections in the bill are worth addressing briefly this afternoon. If you look, Madam Speaker, at section 2, which speaks to the interpretation, there is a definition for vulnerable witnesses. The instances to which the mover of the bill referred to witnesses sometimes who are no longer interested, may not be able to be found, whatever reasons. This bill provides for a voluntary indictment to be preferred by the Director of Public Prosecution in some of those cases. The section, vulnerable witness, it says means a witness whose ability to give evidence or the quality of whose evidence, in the opinion of the Director of Public Prosecutions, is likely to be affected for a number of reasons. A, age or maturity, physical, intellectual, or psychiatric disability, trauma suffered by the witness's fear of intimidation, the linguistic or cultural background of the witness, the nature of the proceedings, the nature of the evidence, and the relationship in some cases of the witness to any party. It goes on to speak to cases relating to children under the age of 16 who may also be witnesses in criminal trials, referring to them as vulnerable witnesses as well. Madam Speaker, the other section of interest to me is Section 3, which speaks to the application of the bill. And this is another reason, Madam Speaker, why I support this bill this afternoon. The bill, it says, notwithstanding any rule of practice or anything to the contrary in this or any other written law, the DPP, that's the Director of Public Prosecutions, may file a voluntary bill of indictment in the High Court against a person who is charged before a magistrate's court with an indictable offense, and it goes on to say in what cases. Section 3B speaks to what we were referring to earlier, where a magistrate, and this has happened a lot of times, where a matter starts, and for whatever reason, the magistrate is pulled, a file can't be found, a witness may not be available, some reason that results in the case not being able to proceed any further. It says under 3B, notwithstanding, as I said earlier, a magistrate has heard evidence and the depositions taken before him, it doesn't say or her, but I would take the liberty to include it, depositions taken before him or her disclose a prima facie case, and he or she is unable to complete the preliminary inquiry because of his, let's say the magistrate's physical or mental infirmity, resignation, which sometimes happen unfortunately, retirement or death. For whatever reasons a magistrate may be unavailable. Sometimes it requires the entire process to be restarted, and this seeks to deal with those issues. And just as the mover of the bill in Section 3E speaks to where an accused person indicates that he intends to plead guilty instead of sitting and waiting for the opportunity to enter a plea, that person can indicate how they intend to proceed, and a voluntary bill of indictment can be filed. And so, Madam Speaker, I am happy this afternoon to see this piece of, this bill, hopefully it is passed successfully through this House, this bill introduced, as the mover, the learned Attorney General says, in what we're using to ensure that we have proper reform of the criminal justice system in this country. And so with those few words, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House.
Thank you to the honorable member for St. Christopher II, the seconder of the bill. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, silence in this House is consent. But I rise to wrap up the debate, Madam Speaker, on this important and clearly uncontroversial bill. And just to let the general public know that we did send the bills to the Bar Association for comment, and there were no comments thus far. If there are in the future, we take those into consideration to propose any amendments. But, Madam Speaker, I want to show how things kind of go full circle in this Parliament. One of the first things we did after we took our oath, it's not called oath of office, but it's oath of office for Parliament on October 25th, 2022. One of the first bills we brought was the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, where we gave mostly women who were victims of domestic violence a way to be able to access the court system much easier. And one of the sections of this bill, because naturally matters of domestic violence are urgent matters that need to be dealt with swiftly. One of the particular provisions of this bill is Section 3D, which says, in essence, that the DPP can bring a bill of indictment to deal with specifically indictable offenses against persons involved in domestic violence. So that potential victim of domestic violence can report, have a voluntary bill of indictment prepared, and trial done in days, not years. So that person can remove themselves from that situation and have justice be done quickly. And that is the type of example of why this bill is important, Madam Speaker. There are circumstances where we need justice to be expedited because there are certain situations where persons are vulnerable, and this bill covers all of those situations and gives the DPP some authority and teeth to be able to prioritize certain matters, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important for our people to know that we're not just coming here to pass laws, we're coming here to pass important laws that change cultures, that make life better for our citizens. And that is one of the examples that this bill deals with. Madam Speaker, also, firearms, one of the scourges on our country. This bill specifically references the Firearms Act. So if there's a situation where a person is found with an illegal firearm, that matter could be expedited through the system, and that trial could occur much quicker, and that matter could be resolved. Because, again, full circle moment, we came into this Honorable House earlier this year, a couple months ago, to increase the penalties for firearm offenses to 30 years for regular firearms and 40 years for automatic firearms. And if a person is found with an automatic firearm and the evidence is all in, the DPP, if this bill is successfully passed, will be able to prepare a voluntary bill of indictment, which must have all of the evidence attached, bring that matter to the High Court, and potentially with the bill we're going to debate after this one, potentially have that matter dealt with even quicker so justice can be done. And we can deter, because believe you me, Madam Speaker, if between arrest and conviction is a matter of 8 weeks, there are going to be some people, some very bad people, who are going to be very scared, and they might decide to change their life. So, Madam Speaker, these bills are important. As I said, this one is simple, not very long, not very complex, but important, an important element of our criminal justice reform. And I wish it safe passage on its third reading. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, the mover of the bill. The question is that the bill, shortly entitled Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024, be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the filing of voluntary bill of indictment by the Director of Public Prosecutions in certain circumstances, otherwise known as the Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Madam Clerk?
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, please.
As so carefully recognized by the member for number 2, the definition of vulnerable witness, A, should be age or majority, not age of majority.
Any other amendments? Question is, Section 2 of the bill.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, maturity. Age or maturity. So in other words, if the Director of Public Prosecutions feels like they're, because of the witness's age or potential maturity, which sometimes do not correlate, then a voluntary bill of indictment can be brought.
The question is that Section 2 of the bill stands part, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 3 to 11.
Question is that clauses 3 to 11 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly titled Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage with one amendment. And I move that the bill, shortly titled Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024, be read a third time and passed.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the filing of a voluntary bill of indictment by the Director of Public Prosecutions in certain circumstances, otherwise known as the Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I rise again to lead the debate of and have read for a second time in this Honorable House the bill shortly titled Judge Alone Trials Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, the name of the bill speaks for itself. We wish to introduce Judge Alone criminal trials to the High Court for appropriate matters. The objective of the bill is to transfer some serious High Court matters to being tried before a judge alone instead of before a judge and jury. Madam Speaker, I think it's important to set perspective. The vast majority of criminal matters tried in St. Kitts and Nevis are tried by judge alone now in the Magistrates Court. Those are summary criminal matters, even though some of them are quite serious in nature, such as firearm and drug offenses. This is because, Madam Speaker, before the amendments that we recently made, drugs and firearm offenses, the accused had the option whether to go to the High Court or the Magistrates Court. And 99% of the time, they chose to go to the magistrate's court. So their justice was served by a single individual, a magistrate. So we are already accustomed to judge-alone trials in our most active court, the magistrate's court. And I wish to, Madam Speaker, very early in this debate, to present the relevant data with respect to judge-alone trials, because numbers do not lie. And given the history of propaganda peddled by certain members of the opposition in this House, not the ones present, I want the truth to be told very early and very loud. In the High Court, as said by the member for St. Kitts 2, there were approximately 80 criminal High Court matters resolved between January 2022 and August 2024. 80 matters in 30 months is approximately 2 to 3 trials per month in the High Court. Of those 80 matters, based on the provisions of the bill that we are debating today, only approximately 3 out of every 10 would have likely been impacted by the bill. And I say would have likely been impacted, meaning some of them could have been matters in which the DPP could have asked for judge alone. I don't even remember what that is. Learned teacher, member for number 1, is the past participle. It would have been if this had been so. So using the data, it is approximately only 3, so less 30% or less, and 7 out of the 10 matters, every 10 matters, would still be before a jury. So I want it to be clear, and I'm going to raise my voice, because I want this to be known, because I know these propagandists and liars and destroyers, the people who do not love their country and love themselves more than their country, and prefer to tell lies for political reasons rather than the truth to our people, need to know we are not getting rid of the jury system. We are providing opportunity for there to be judge-alone trials in particular matters, and the jury system will still be the majority system in this country. What the bill intends to do, Madam Speaker, is to enhance the efficiency of our criminal justice system. By allowing certain criminal trials to proceed without a jury, we can significantly reduce case backlogs and expedite the delivery of justice. This is particularly important in cases involving complex legal issues where a judge's specialized knowledge can lead to more informed and accurate decisions. In other words, approximately 30% of trials could be conducted quicker with no loss of fairness and no loss of justice. The concept of judge-alone trials is not new. Many Commonwealth jurisdictions, including Antigua and Barbuda, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Belize, Turks and Caicos, the Cayman Islands, New Zealand, and Australia, have successfully implemented such legislation. These countries have recognized the need for a more streamlined judicial process, particularly in cases where jury tampering or safety of jurors is a concern. The bill also addresses the need for fairness and equity in the allocation of judicial resources. Judges, as legal professionals with extensive experience, are well equipped to handle intricate legal matters impartially. This impartiality ensures that all accused persons receive a fair trial based solely on the evidence presented and the applicable law, free from external influences or biases that may affect a jury. The benefits of judge-alone trials, Madam Speaker, are manifold. They provide a more streamlined process for the administration of justice, protect jurors from potential harm in high-risk cases, and ensure that decisions are made by individuals with the requisite legal expertise. Moreover, judge-alone trials can help mitigate the risk of judicial error by relying on informed judgment of experienced judges rather than the collective decision-making of a jury, which may be influenced by external factors. Some of the other benefits of judge-alone trials in criminal matters, as highlighted in the Needham's Point Declaration on Criminal Justice Reform, include potentially reducing case backlogs and expediting the delivery of justice. While the declaration acknowledges that jury trials remain the dominant mode of proceeding, it suggests that judge-only trials should be considered where appropriate. And that is what we're doing today, Madam Speaker. While there are valid concerns about the loss of a diverse perspective that jurors bring to the deliberation process, it is important to note that this bill does not seek to eliminate jury trials altogether. Instead, it provides an alternative for specific cases where a judge-alone trial is deemed more appropriate. This approach ensures that we maintain the democratic and participatory nature of our legal system, whilst also addressing the practical challenges we face. Madam Speaker, the Judge-Alone Trials Bill 2024 is therefore a forward-thinking piece of legislation that aligns with our vision of a sustainable island state. It promotes efficiency, fairness, and equity in our criminal justice system, ensuring that all accused persons receive a fair trial within a reasonable time. What does the bill do, Madam Speaker? The bill applies to pending and future criminal matters from the commencement date. Criminal proceedings are deemed pending once an indictment is laid in the High Court. The bill also lists specific indictable offenses that will be tried by a judge alone, and I'll say some of them. Firearms Act, for example. The Gang Prohibition and Prevention Act. The Drugs Prevention and Abatement of Misuse and Abuse of Drugs Act. The Forgery Act. The Proceeds of Crime Act. The Genocide Act. The Electronic Transactions Act. The External Trade Act. The Biological Weapons Act. The Anti-Proliferation Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Act. The Chemical Weapons Act. The Coinage Offenses Act, the Distribution and Price of Goods Act, Taking of Hostages Act, Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Act. And what do those things have in common, Madam Speaker, which we are proposing that these be judge-alone matters? The first two I mentioned, gang-related matters, where there could be potential intimidation of jurors, Madam Speaker. So we want to protect our jurors, and we want to ensure that jurors in a small society of 51,320 people from the 2023 census, or is it two, Madam Senator? 2022 census, 51,320 people. Small society. We want to make sure that we protect our people in the process, and our people are not afraid to participate in the process. And the others that I mentioned, complex matters, chemical weapons prohibition and control, coinage offenses, Distribution and Price of Goods Act. Why you need jurors for those? Those are technical offenses that are best resolved by a judge alone. Jurors will still remain for sexual offenses, murders, other robberies, and other serious offenses. But I'll get into that. The bill also says that the judge-alone trial can be applied for in any charge if there are certain factors, such as there are gang-related matters. There is evidence of jury tampering, or there are complex cases. I remember when I was a prosecutor, Madam Speaker, even though I didn't do this case, there was can't remember the exact charge, but a gentleman was charged, I don't know if the member for number 2 remembers, but was charged with effectively larceny. He was an agent of somebody who was constructing a house, and he was charged with basically taking some of the money that was used in the construction of the house. The trial took 4 weeks of judicial time because it involved matters of a technical nature. receipts, invoices, and all of those. The document, bundle was this tall. And those are matters which are almost like civil matters, where a judge who has the technical expertise can then now look at all of that evidence, filter it, and make a decision in writing. One of the greatest advantages of judge-only matters, Madam Speaker, is that after your trial, within 14 days, the judge must write a judgment which shows what evidence they accepted and why they made the verdict that they made. And then you have an opportunity to then appeal that judgment. Madam Speaker, as you would well know as a former prosecutor, when the jury comes in to give the verdict and then the jury leaves after giving a verdict, they don't give one iota of an explanation. They might not have liked your hairdo during the trial. They didn't like your facial reactions. You have no idea. Despite all of the protections and all the statements that are made to the jury about what they must do, you have no idea what those 12 people have made a decision based on. However, with a judge-alone trial, you then get, within 14 days, an actual judgment which your lawyers can dissect and challenge and bring all sorts of appeals to. So there's a certain level of certainty. And the bill does a couple other things. It provides for judge-only trials if a jury is discharged during a trial. And I know, Madam Speaker, I know you have been a part of a trial in which a jury was dismissed. And I know the member for number 2, as one of the top criminal defense attorneys in her past life, has been a part of a trial that has been aborted. What the legislation allows is for the matter to continue. So if there's a situation where the jury has to be discharged, the judge can then continue the matter because the judge sat through the whole matter. And the matter can come, and then you don't have to bring back witnesses. You don't have to put everybody through that stress of waiting another few months and sometimes years to get the transcript of that proceedings to then have a retrial and all of that stress. I see one of the officers in the room shaking her head because she knows of that stress. When you reach almost to the end of a trial, I actually prosecuted a trial in Anguilla. And I think Anguilla it was either 7 or 9 jurors. And we got through maybe around 60, 70% of the trial to only discover that one of the jurors happened to be a former employee of the father of the accused. And all of that hard work, that travel, the money the state had to pay to bring me there and all that stuff went down the drain. With this now, that matter could have gone to an end, and you get a judgment and a resolution. So the act is smart. Because it's built based on the experience of others. And we've had hundreds of years of the experience of juries, and we know what goes wrong, and this modern bill deals with those situations. And what the bill does, it grants the judge all the powers of a jury in judge-alone trials. I don't know if maybe some people have never seen what a jury trial is like. But in a jury, it's simple. The jury decides on the facts and gives the verdict. The judge decides on the law. So the jury's role is to hear all the evidence and decide, okay, yes, I believe that person took up the plank and hit the person in the head. Or decide, I don't believe it was that person who put up the plank. I think it was somebody else, and therefore this person should be acquitted. Right? And then the judge guides the jury and says what the law is and what their responsibilities are. But the jury are really the finders of the fact, and the judge is the determiner of the law. So what this act does for those specific minor set of offenses that go before a judge alone, the judge then serves the dual role, which the judge does in all civil matters, which the magistrates do in all magistrate matters, civil and criminal. They decipher what the facts are from the evidence, and they also decide on the law. As I said before, the bill requires the judge to provide written reasons of the decision within 14 days, so you don't have to wait months for your verdict, because naturally, if you're accused of a crime or the victims are waiting for justice, you don't want them having to wait months for a decision to be made. The bill also outlines the grounds and the process for appealing the judge's decision, and the prosecution can appeal acquittals under certain circumstances, and the Court of Appeal has full powers in criminal appeals as per existing laws. So that's the natural process. If you don't like the decision that the judge made, you can appeal the decision. If the prosecution, in limited circumstances, doesn't like what the judge ruled, they can then appeal. It also does technical things like adapts references to juries in other laws to align with the judge only. It allows the Chief Justice, because, as I said before, the CARICOM countries have decided that we are all following the Needham Point Declaration on Criminal Justice Reform to improve our criminal justice systems. So we are not the first to introduce this, because Antigua has in the OECS, but eventually the other jurisdictions will join. And then what it allows is for the Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court to issue practice directions for judge-alone trials. Not that there is a gap, a void, because judge-alone trials have been practiced for decades in different jurisdictions. So there's already a template by which a judge writes a decision in a judge-alone trial. And the bill also mandates a case management conference before the trial to ensure there's efficient handling of the case. So I want it to be clear, and this is important. It's not that we just are saving time by removing the impaneling of a jury, which takes time. You are also, when you have a judge-alone trial, it helps you to case management, because when you meet before the case, you can decide what points are being taken, because certain things cannot be said before a jury. You can then make the case actually run more efficiently. And certain statements that are agreed by both sides don't have to be even read into evidence. The judge can just take them as being evidence and read them and make the decision. So, Madam Speaker, it also allows for depositions and admissions to be allowed into evidence, if not disputed. So a modern criminal justice reform bills like this, they just make good sense, Madam Speaker. This bill represents a significant step forward in our ongoing efforts to innovate and reform our criminal justice system, ensuring that it's both efficient and equitable. As a small island nation, we must be at the forefront of adopting our practices that not only enhance our judicial processes, but also align with our vision of a sustainable island state. Our commitment to sustainability extends beyond environmental concerns. It encompasses the sustainability of our institutions and processes. The judge-alone trials bill fits within this model by promoting a judicial system that is resilient, efficient, and fair. By reducing the reliance on juries in specific limited cases, we can better allocate our human resources, ensuring that our judicial system remains robust and capable of handling the demands placed upon it. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to go specifically to a section of the bill. So, yes, I mentioned earlier that there are specific charges under specific legislation that automatically become judge-only. But I think it needs to be understood when there can be an application for a judge-only trial. So Section 5.1 says, the prosecution may apply to the court for a trial to be conducted by a judge without a jury on any one or more of the grounds set out in subsection 2. And subsection 2 says, the grounds upon which an application may be made for a judge-alone trial are the following. 1, that in the view of the nature and circumstances of the case, there is a danger of jury tampering or intimidation of witnesses. That makes sense. 2, that a material witness is afraid or unwilling to give evidence before a jury. This may happen for numerous reasons. 3, that the case involves a criminal gang element and would be properly tried without a jury. Madam Speaker, I gave the example which was told to me as Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs, that in a matter earlier this year involving a gang member, one of the other persons in that person's gang was driving around the cenotaph with a cousin of a juror in their vehicle, circling. Right? We cannot not tell the truth to our people. This happens. Intimidations happen. And we cannot allow that to happen. So, we are creating a system in which our people and people participate in the judicial system, similar to the Justice Interference Prevention Bill that we tabled and debated and passed earlier this year to protect the people in the criminal justice system so that it can work. 4, that the complexity of the trial or the length of the trial or both is likely to make the trial so burdensome on a jury that the interests of justice require that the trial should be conducted without a jury. Now that makes sense. If you're dealing with complex issues of biological weapons of mass destruction, and you have scientists coming to say, speak about the technical details of a item found in somebody's bag at the airport, and the person was charged under this biological weapons legislation, and you have people coming from all over, and the jury will have to sit down in a trial for 6 weeks to deal with technical matters, then naturally that should be a matter that is dealt with a judge alone. And that is like the last one is that it is likely that if a jury was selected, pre-trial publicity may influence its decision. Now, this is something that existed in the common law because there are certain people who are charged, especially in a small jurisdiction, everybody knows. And everybody already made up their mind before what had happened. This is what happens anytime there's a fight in St. Kitts and Nevis. Before people pull apart the people fighting, they pull out their phone. I don't know if that happens in Nevis. Okay. So there might be a video of an incident. It might be fuzzy or it might be in the distance. And somebody said, yeah, I see that person hit the person with a plank. And somebody puts out a TikTok with the video in the background and them in the front talking about how this person hit somebody with a plank. They don't know if it's true or not, but they put it out. You know how our people are. Anything they get, especially when they're negative, forward, post, share. And then everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis, it takes about 10 minutes. And everybody believe it. Even though it could be the furthest thing from the truth. Right? It could be the furthest thing from the truth. And just because it had forwarded many times, everybody believes it's the truth. So that could happen in an incident. And everybody believed John, last name Doe, did this thing. And John Doe now gets his chance in court. But every juror already see the TikTok and the WhatsApp forward. And don't make up their mind. And John no longer gets a fair trial. This is a situation in which the DPP can say there has been so much publicity about this matter. Court, and this is not the DPP making the decision on his or her own. This is the DPP applying to a court, a judicial officer, to say, we believe, look at the TikTok here, look at the WhatsApp forward here, we believe that it was consumed by the majority of people on the island. Therefore, it's going to be difficult to impanel a jury that will be fair and unbiased. So, Judge, we would like for you to order that this be a judge-alone trial. These things are all logical, they make sense. And it's in restricted, as you can tell, is in these 5 grounds are the only grounds on which a DPP can apply for a matter to be tried by a judge alone. So it's not going to be the majority of matters. And it's very unlikely, extremely unlikely, that it will be used in sexual cases. Reason being, sexual cases are typically cases where it's good for a jury who's lived in the world and experienced things can then decide if there was consent or not, for example. So it's to be used in those specific circumstances and in the technical types of legislation that we referenced earlier. And in relation to drugs and firearm offenses, because 99% of drugs and firearm offenses were already determined by magistrates. So nobody could be vexed. I can say it frankly. Anybody, 99, member for number 2, am I right with that number? 99% of the people who used to elect to try their drug or their firearm cases elected to go before a magistrate. They say, put me before a magistrate, not a jury. Part of the reason they did that is because the sentencing is different as well. But 99% of the people who were charged with drug and firearms offenses were tried by a magistrate. So you can't be vexed if you're going to be tried by a judge alone. Right? But there's going to be talk. And as a member in this honorable house said, talk, 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 talk. It is what it is. We working while people talking. Madam Speaker, and I think it's important for people to understand that the reason why I mentioned the list of places that are embracing judge-alone trials in specific matters is because it is providing a mechanism to have efficiency in the criminal justice system. So we're not the first to bring a bill like this. We will not be the last. And this is the way, this is the pathway that we are going. And I want to end, Madam Speaker, where I started. It is likely, based on the statistics, that this legislation will only impact around 30% of matters that come before the High Court. The majority of matters will still be jury matters. But it's in situations like this, right? Gang trials, murder trials involving gang members, where we have to protect our fellow citizens and residents who are jurors, is where this will hold, and this will be applied, Madam Speaker. So I hope, Madam Speaker, I was able to explain the purposes of this bill, and it's not just another bill that we're passing, it is our role in this all-of-society approach to resolving crime and violence in our jurisdiction by taking the parliamentary steps to have strong laws, appropriate laws, that can deal with the ancillary elements of the crime and violence so that persons can get justice quickly, that persons can still feel like the justice system is working, and they can feel now that it's working efficiently. And we hope with all of these different tools in our toolkit, and I promise, Madam Speaker, we're going to come with more. We're going to come with more. That our judicial system, our criminal justice system, will only have people in it for weeks and not years. And that is the end goal. With that, I'll take my seat, Madam Speaker. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General, mover of the bill.
Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 6.
Yes, sorry. I rise, Madam Speaker, to lend my own support to the debate on this critical piece of legislation, the Judge-Alone Trials Bill 2024, that has been so clearly outlined by the mover of the bill, the distinguished Attorney General of our federal government. I had been making notes for some time, but I'm wondering if I need to really make any reference to them, because things have been so clearly outlined that I do not wish to be repetitive on the eve of the 41st anniversary of independence celebrations. So I simply say that those who would not have listened to the presentation of the Attorney General, that they should listen to the explanation that has been given with regard to the need to introduce this very critically important piece of legislation as part of the arsenal of laws that we are trying to get into the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis with regard to the criminal justice system and how it can be significantly improved. There is a saying, of course, that justice delayed is justice denied. And what we are seeking to do in this government is to ensure that we give persons who have become victims of crime, giving them the best and earliest opportunity for justice to be served. Madam Speaker, what else can I say? With those words, may it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for number 6, the second of the bill. Is there another presenter? I await the honourable member for Nevis 11.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, I too want to lend my voice and lend my support to the bill that is currently before this Honourable House, the Judge Alone Trial Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, out there in the public domain, you'll hear a lot of things being said about this side of the aisles, especially my colleague here on my right and the opposition leader and the senator on this side, that we tend to support the government in everything. That is what is being said. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, I've said from day one that from my standpoint, I've come to support anything that is good for the advancement of this federation. And I'm sure my colleagues will join me and say the same thing as well. Because we can come here and argue against important bills such as this and say all kinds of things that doesn't advance this country in any way. You know, we are being faced with all kinds of challenges these days, crime and criminality. We're being called the murder capital of the world, and it appears sometimes that we are doing nothing to arrest some of these challenges and difficulties that we face. And so when bills such as this is brought to this Honourable House, one can only stand and lend their support. And if there's anything that can be added to strengthen the bill in some way, I do believe that should be done. But Madam Speaker, I want to commend the mover of the bill. He gave us a thorough explanation of the bill, which is most important for not only us here in this Honourable House, but also the listening public and viewing public as well. Because in most cases, these bills will be brought to this House and passed, and the majority may not get a chance to take sight of it. But once the explanation is given, I believe that can suffice in that they get an understanding as to what the government or this parliament is trying to accomplish. I also want to say, though, that the mover of the bill, I believe, did indicate that the Bar Association was consulted, which is good. I might have gone a little wider than that in terms of having maybe a few public consultations just to enlighten and bring some sensitization to the general public as to what is envisaged or contemplated. That being said, though, I want to say that I stand on the side of what is right, on the side of what is good. And so this particular bill, I will want to say at this particular point
that even though I am a firm believer in the juror system, it has been with us for many years, we understand that we have encountered challenges in recent years. And the move of the bill would have highlighted some of those challenges in terms of juror tampering, in terms of threats being made to jurors, in terms of how slow the process can be sometimes, because it's so difficult to get persons to commit to their civic duty, because that is what the juror system is all about. Also, the challenges that are being faced these days is that persons are not willing to come forward as one, and companies and businesses are crying out too, in some regards, because they lose that manpower, even though we know it is something that is expected of those workers to honor their commitment to the juror system. Companies have been crying out over the years because it does seem like the same persons in some cases are being called on a regular basis, maybe not every assizes, but in regular enough for persons to become stressed about the issue of being a juror. I want to pose a question, though, and perhaps the mover of the bill may just address it when he stands again. My question, though, is that with the challenges being faced with judges these days in terms of their workload, are we to think or believe that there will be special judges being assigned to some of these cases, or the same judges that are here locally will be utilized in this regard? I'm just wondering because, of course, when I look at the amount of indictable offenses, for example, which falls under Section 4 of this bill, Section 4, subsection 1, and then the indictable offenses on page 9 of the bill, which amounts to about 37 indictable offenses that might be tried by a judge only. I look at it and I say this is a rather comprehensive list, even though you did point out that most focus will be placed on gang-related crime and other crimes such as murders and so forth, right? But there's quite a comprehensive list here, so I was wondering if that is not too much to ask of a single judge, and writing a judgment within 14 days on top of what he has to handle already. I'm just wondering, huh? That was just a question that came to mind. But that being said, though, Madam Speaker, I do believe that actions such as these will certainly put us in a good light locally, regionally, and internationally. We must be seen as a federation that is trying to put the infrastructure in place to address a rather serious social issue in our country. It has gone from beyond a social issue, and now it is now being seen as a public health issue of criminality and crime. And I suppose any effort that is being made to address these issues and putting the infrastructure in place must be applauded. However, I will take one slight turn and say that judges are human. I don't want to call any one of them into any disrepute or anything of that sort, but judges are human. Some may be pro-government, some may be anti-government, some may be pro-whatever. And so, that being said, we are just hoping that the biases may not come into play. With the juror being taken out of the picture, the biases may not come into play, and that will continue to hold our judges in high standing as they've been over the years. And I just want the general public to know that the judges that I know have been performing an excellent job here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, so I don't think there should be any question raised there. I just raised that because the general public, of course, will have their debate and have their comments to make as to whether judges will be fair in that regard. And I do believe our judges will continue to be fair and impartial in many regards, or in their dispensation of justice. But the experience of these judges that are here currently, judges who are to come, will certainly continue to ensure that we get fair and equitable justice throughout the process. So, Madam Speaker, yes, I do believe that this would speed up the process of dispensation of justice. I do believe it will be less costly as well, as was pointed out before. To all involved, it should be less costly, of course. And indeed, what we are trying to achieve as a parliament is to ensure that we are making things much more fluid, much more easier, and much more acceptable to the general public. And so the confidence should be there that we are doing the right thing to ensure that we are arresting the difficulties and challenges that we've had over the last couple of years. Moving into the future, we should see changes. So I believe it was the supporter of the bill who spoke about justice. I just want to say, as I noted here, justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done. And so this is a part of the entire process in making sure that justice is done and it is being seen that justice is being done from this parliament. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I lend my support to this bill wholeheartedly. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 11. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I too rise to lend my support and my voice to this bill. And I must say, like my colleague from St. Christopher 6, that I don't think there's much that could be added to such a wonderful presentation by the mover of the bill, our learned AG. But Madam Speaker, a bill like this is critical in a time that we are now facing because, as everyone has indicated, there's no secret that we have been somewhat plagued with issues of crime and criminality. And as my good friend from across the aisle just indicated, that justice must not just be done, but must be seen to be done. And I think the whole day today is indicative of that. For the whole day we've been here improving our attempt at bringing justice in different ways to our people. And this bill, Madam Speaker, as indicated by the mover, with its ability to enhance the efficiency and make justice more swiftly and bring that forward to our people, I think is critical. I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that with this bill, the whole idea of the jury being affected is a critical one because the mover spoke of a matter with one case having someone driving with the family member of one of the witnesses, one of the jurors, sorry. And that, Madam Speaker, I think is something that we must take quite seriously in this country. It is a small country, and we all know each other and everyone is somehow connected. And I believe this bill helps to properly address that and still bring swift justice in matters of the court. And Madam Speaker, these things touch home sometimes because a lot of times we hear of these matters and in some cases even we know people who in private would tell you stories but are afraid to step forward. And I'm saying in cases like that, we must still be able to bring swift justice. And this bill helps to do just that. And while, Madam Speaker, some may speak about the removal of the jury and as such the removal of community participation, Madam Speaker, I think this bill in and of itself, the way it's designed, still allows for that to not be an issue. As the mover indicated, even with the removal of the jury, the judge particularly has to present exactly the basis on which the verdict was made. And so the lawyers would have to review that, and there's a robust appeal mechanism within this. So even if the lawyers feel like the judge would have erred, they can now appeal and make sure that justice is actually served. So, Madam Speaker, I really support this bill. And I am also happy, as I wrap up, to state that this bill isn't just being drawn from the mind of our learned Attorney General. This bill is also taken from successful instances around the region. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and other countries around the region, we have seen what they have done. We have put different things into context, and years of our own experience as well. And we have now put together something that is, I would say, we have put together something that collectively around the region, everyone could feel like, they're inspired by and it can move forward. So, Madam Speaker, I don't wish to say too much, although I think I've said a lot, but just to say to our learned AG, great job, as always. He has kept us busy in this parliament, quite busy, and, but that's a good thing, because at least the people of St. Kitts and Nevis know that they have elected a government that is working on their behalf. And with that said, I wish this bill successful passage to this honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you to the honorable member for St. Christopher 4. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Attorney General, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
May it please you, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me just to give some layman's advice to my learned colleague on the other side, and his indication that people are upset that he's not opposing a lot of our bills. I think he can find solace in the Bible. James chapter 4, verse 17, and I will read it in 3 different ways, the 3 different versions. So I want you to pay attention, member. Remember, it is sin to know what you ought to do and then not do it. In fact, no, I'm going to read all 3. I'm going to read all 3 versions because all 3 are very different. It's amazing how the interpretation of the Bible in different versions can say the same thing but in different ways. In fact, if you know the right thing to do and don't do it, that for you is evil. And the 3rd version, to him, therefore, that knoweth to do good, and doeth it not, to him it is sin. So when persons, honorable member, come to and say you should be opposing for opposing's sake because of politics, James chapter 4, verse 17. James 4, 17. No, I'm a Christian. Yes, yeah. Yes, I'm a confirmed Methodist. Yes. Well, confirmed. I'm yes. Yes, a Nevis, yes, Gingerland Methodist. Yeah, that's my origin church. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to, there was a point that was made by the honorable member for St. Christopher 4, which I think is important, which I did not raise. When there is a written decision by a judge only in a judge-only matter, there are numerous ways you can appeal. You can say it was irrational for the judge to make that determination of fact based on the evidence as what it was. This decision of law that the judge has made does not correlate with the facts. All sorts of different avenues for you to appeal. But when you get a jury verdict, your appeals are limited to procedural irregularities. So, judge only, judge alone trials give convicted persons an opportunity to test the decision and to see the decision. Another fact. In jurisdictions which have brought judge-only matters, I don't really give an opinion on this fact. It's just giving you the fact. In jurisdictions that have applied this for years, the ones that have done studies, they actually tend to be more acquittals when there's a judge only, because there's a stricter test for the judge who has experience in matters and knows that the burden of proof, which is beyond reasonable doubt, as what I used to tell juries, so that you feel sure, is a very high standard. And judges understand that sometimes more than juries do. So there's no degradation at all to the fairness in these matters. And to the other point from Nevis, from the member from Nevis 10, 11, Nevis 11, Castle. Castle? Castle. No, but you don't say Newcastle, you say Castle. Yes, Castle. 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 Yeah.
It's own experience,
right? The point that was made that the list in section 3, I believe it is, of laws that apply mandatory judge only, 90% of those laws have never seen a criminal indictment in St. Kitts and Nevis. And I want to go back to them, Madam Speaker, because some of them are, for example, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Biological Weapons Act, the Pesticides and Toxic Chemicals Act, the Anti-Personnel Mines Prohibition Act, the Cluster Munitions Prohibition Act, and I could go on and on. There are many bills of a technical nature that they may not, in our small jurisdiction, have been used in the past, but could potentially be used in the future. And it is more appropriate for there to be a judge alone to sit on a very technical matter. So, Madam Speaker, as I've said, this is an important mechanism, important tool in our toolkit for criminal justice reform. I have made a commitment in the regional space, being a member of the implementation committee of the Needham's Point Declaration on Criminal Justice Reform, that St. Kitts and Nevis will be one of the leaders in criminal justice reform, the model state for criminal justice reform. And this is one of the measures that we are taking. And this is one of the reasons why we're bringing all of this legislation so that we can fix our system. You bring the laws, you implement them, and then you see change. This might be actually a situation where we're planting the seeds that we might not be able to benefit from the shade. But it's important that we plant these seeds for the next generation to take advantage and do what we can now to ensure that there's fairness, equity, and persons' constitutional rights are respected. And as I said, Madam Speaker, this is another tool in our toolkit, and majority of matters will still be jury matters. So that I'm not just telling you that, I want to go to the breakdown of the 80 cases that were dealt with over the last, that's 30 months, from January 2022 in the High Court. There were murder cases. Most murder cases will not be judge alone. Only murder cases that will be judge alone are ones that potentially they're witness intimidation or any of the other factors that I mentioned. So majority of murders will be jury still. Manslaughter will be jury still. Indecent assault, jury still. Unlawful carnal knowledge, jury still. Robbery, unless it had a gang member element, which is unlikely, jury still. Burglary and housebreaking, jury still. Possession of firearms, judge alone. Fraud and forgery, depending on the type, if it falls under the larceny technical sections, it could be judge alone, it could be jury. Causing death by dangerous driving, jury. Wounding and assault, jury. Perverting the course of justice, judge alone, technical in nature. Receiving stolen goods, potentially judge alone, potentially jury. So the majority of the actual matters and trespass, those actual matters that are in our system, and unfortunately, a lot of our matters, majority of our matters are actually sexual matters, matters that go to the High Court. When I prosecuted, the majority, maybe 80% of the matters I did, unfortunately, were sexual matters. And those matters are still jury. So this is a way to bring efficiency to even a small part of our case law and to protect juries and persons involved in the criminal justice system. And I want to leave with one point, Madam Speaker. This is not some random novel concept that St. Kitts and Nevis is trying. It is a system that has been tried and tested in jurisdictions in the Caribbean and outside the Caribbean. And the limited nature to which it applies has been tried and in court. Some places have challenged judge alone legislation in court, and it has been found by the highest courts in the world that apply in our jurisdiction that this is a fair, reasonable way to deal with certain types of matters. So I don't want anyone to go away thinking that this is some special creation by St. Kitts and Nevis. It is something that has been done before, tried, tested, and it works in improving criminal justice. And the last point, last point, a point mentioned by the member from Nevis 11 as to whether there's a consideration for bringing in other judges to deal with judge-alone matters. It is something we are considering, speaking to the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court to see if we can potentially temporarily get another criminal judge to be brought in to assist with our backlog so that the existing judges who have lots of matters on their docket can have some of those taken off. But at the end of the day, whether you do a jury trial or you do a judge-only trial, sometimes the judges, it might be more efficient for them to do a jury, one judge alone, one jury, one judge alone, which gives them time to write judgments and so forth. So what we're going to do, if this bill is successfully passed, we're going to then have a discussion with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court and determine if we can access another judge potentially so that we can clear our backlog, so that all of this work we are doing can result in immediate or soon benefits to our criminal justice system and removal of the backlog so cases can be tried, as I said, as what is my promise and my goal, under 18 months. So, Madam Speaker, I think I have addressed all the elements of the bill, and I therefore wish it safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. The mover of the bill just did his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Judge Alone Trials Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for criminal trials without a jury in certain circumstances and for other matters connected or incidental thereto, otherwise known as the Judge Alone Trials Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Judge Alone Trials Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 through 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
The question is?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair. My apologies. As circulated to members, there's a proposal that in clause 4, subclause 2, that the expression subsection 2 be replaced with the expression subsection 1. So in brackets 2 should be replaced by 1.
The question is that clause 4, subsection 2, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, it is recommended as circulated to members that in clause 5, subsection 1, the phrase notwithstanding the requirement for consent in section 5, comma, be removed.
The question is that section 5, subsection 1 of the bill stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6 to 8.
Question is that clauses 6 to 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
As circulated to members, it's recommended that in clause 9, subclause 1A, Roman numeral IX, which is 9, be deleted, and the rest of the section be renumbered accordingly. So 9(1)A, Roman numeral 9, be removed.
The question is that clause 9(1)A, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor?
Sorry, 9(1)A, Roman numeral 9.
9(1), it would cover as 9(1)A, encapsulates everything. And I said as amended, so that would encapsulate everything. Should I repeat the question? Did we vote? Just to be certain. Is it clear? Yes, because if you amend it, it would move. Very well. Oh, I knew I was stopped at some point. All right, so very well. So I'll ask the question again so that it is clear and that we vote properly. The question is that section 9, subsection 1A, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 10 to 13.
The question is that clauses 10 through to 13 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly titled Judge Alone Trials Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage with 3 amendments, and I now move that the bill shortly titled Judge Alone Trials Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A bill to provide for criminal trials without a jury in certain circumstances and for other matters connected or incidental thereto, otherwise known as the Judge Alone Trials Bill 2024.
Honorable members, I wish to rise for a brief moment. The Deputy Speaker will take control of the proceedings thereafter. Rise for a minute or two. Thank you.
You may be seated. Host resumes. Next item on the order paper.
Motions, resolutions.
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise to move that this resolution be approved by this honorable House. Resolution of this National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis to approve the order number 23 of 24 made by the Minister under Section 27(2) of the Value Added Tax Act in respect of a special VAT reduction on school supplies and air cooling devices from the 1st day of July 2024 to the 30th day of September 2024 to a rate of 0% on the 16th and 17th of August 2024 and on the 13th and 21st of December 2024 to a rate of 5%. Whereas it is provided by Section 27(2) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 18.47, that the Minister may calculate the rates of tax at such other rate as the Minister may, by order, specify, and that such order shall be subject to the affirmative resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas the Ministry of Finance considers it expedient to introduce a measure to create a fiscal stimulus, now be it resolved, therefore, that the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis hereby affirms the order of the Minister of Finance to reduce the rate of VAT, A, on school supplies and air conditioning devices from the first day of July 2024 to the 30th day of September 2024 to a rate of 0%. B, on 16th August and 17th August 2024 to a rate of 5%. C, on 13th and 21st of December 2024 to a rate of 5%. And approved by the National Assembly this 18th day of September 2024. This is a simple resolution to take care of the VAT incentive packages that this administration continues to offer, and to reinforce that the VAT days for December are the 13th and 21st of December 2024. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the
I
Honourable
rise,
Member
Madam
for St.
Speaker, to
Christopher 1.
second the motion before the House.
Thank you, Honourable. The question is that the resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis to approve the order number 23 of 2024 made by the Minister under Section 27(2) of the Value Added Tax Act in respect of a special VAT reduction on school supplies and air cooling devices from the first day of July 2024 to the 30th day of September 2024 to a rate of 0%, on the 16th and 17th of August 2024, and on the 13th and 21st of December 2024 to a rate of 5% be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis to approve the order number 23 of 2024 made by the Minister under Section 27(2) of the Value Added Tax Act in respect of a special VAT reduction on school supplies and air cooling devices from the first day of July 2024 to the 30th day of September 2024 to a rate of 0%, on the 16th and 17th of August 2024, and on the 13th and 21st of December 2024 to a rate of 5% has been adopted. Next item.
Adjournment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise at this time on the adjournment to send some congratulatory greetings. Earlier this morning, I slipped out of Parliament and went to New Pond site, which is in my constituency, to celebrate with retired nurse Elaine Stevens, who made 100 years today. And I was happy to be there with the family members celebrating with her. And I was even more pleased to see my math teacher, the son of Nurse Stephen, who continues to do an excellent job taking care of his mom. So I want to congratulate him and commend him for a job well done, and I pray God continued blessings on her. So from the entire East Bastille constituency that I represent, and the government and the nation on a whole, because the Ministry of Aging, Disability, Social Development were also a part of that celebration, along with her pastors and other members, and the nursing fraternity. While I was leaving, they were there. So I'm happy, and she is communicating well with you. So that's a good thing, living in those golden age and can have a conversation. While I'm congratulating Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the St. Kitts National Youth Parliamentary Association, an organization that I started. They are now celebrating 23 years a few days ago. And I want to congratulate President MacDonald and the entire body and members and continue to encourage them to do the work that they're doing because they're making their contributions. I now often boast and people feel that, but when you look at the deputy clerk here, Youth Parliament, Honorable Conwys, Youth Parliament, Honorable Dr. Joyal, Youth Parliament, and Honorable Iselin Phillip, Youth Parliament, I feel extremely proud, Madam Deputy, that they all came through my hands. And while the excitement is on, I want to wish everyone in my constituency, firstly, a very happy independence on tomorrow and inviting the nation out to Warner Park to witness our usual Independence Day parade. And in the afternoon, everybody will be back in town because we are going to have the Newtown Festival Grand Parade. My constituency again, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I'm inviting each and every one out. And on a sad note, I want to express sincere condolences to all those persons in my constituency who would have lost a loved one, but particularly one of those who I consider to be my adopted mom. She died at the age of 97 a few days ago, and we had a very tight relationship. I miss those moments of making up her bed and even laying in bed with her, feeding her. But I want to thank her daughter, Pam in particular, for the love and attention that she would have been giving her, and also Miss Manners, her caretaker for quite a while. I just want to express sympathies to the entire family. She'll be laid to rest on Monday, and I would be there to lend my support. So once again, Madam Deputy, I wish the entire Federation a happy 41st anniversary of independence, and let us continue to celebrate and be proud of our nation. And before you sit, Madam Deputy, I realize you enjoy the Sunday school lesson we had in here. God is working.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on the occasion of the adjournment and on the eve of the 41st anniversary of independence of our beloved Federation. Believe me when I say, Madam Speaker, that I am deeply honored to have the privilege of serving my country at this level. And sometimes the responsibilities of leadership can be heavy. And I hear behind me sometimes, a lot of times, if I can be completely transparent, the responsibilities of leadership sometimes can be overwhelming, it can be heavy, and sometimes you question, yes. But I must say that it is an awesome and humbling privilege to have the opportunity to serve this land where my navel string is buried, this land that created me, the Masha Henderson, this land that I will continue to love and, of course, continue to sacrifice for its betterment. By now, I said it last year, my favorite song at this time of the year is I Vow to Thee, My Country. And every time it is sung, we sung it on Monday at the National Heroes Award ceremony, parade, and the Wreath Lane. And I was sitting next to the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark, and I didn't have a leaflet. And I said, you know what, it's a good thing I know this out of my head. And this afternoon, on this momentous occasion, I want to reaffirm my commitment to this country. Sorry. I'm not going to sing, I don't have the best voice, but You know, I know the words from heart, and every time it is sung, I feel it. When it said, I vow to thee, my country, all earthly things above, entire and whole and perfect, the service of my love. The love that asks no questions. The love that stands the test. That lays upon the altar the dearest and the best. The love that never falters, the love that pays no price, and the love that makes undaunting the final sacrifice. And so this afternoon, I reaffirm my commitment to this beloved country to continue to work for its betterment, for the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and to thank the people, particularly of Central Bastille, for the opportunity to serve them. On the lighter side, this government for independence, the 41st anniversary of independence, we've brought an amusement park called Coney Island. And this is for the children of Central Bastille. We are going to be giving you as a gift tickets to the amusement park. And those tickets will be available at the office of the representative on Central Street. You can go there with your parents, with an adult. It doesn't have to be your parents, to collect your an independence gift from your representative. We should have the tickets available during the course of next week. Coney Island is here until the 6th of October. We want to ensure that the children in the Central Bastille area get an opportunity to attend Coney Island. And so, with those brief words, I want to wish the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis happy 41st anniversary of independence.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher too. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also wish to extend independence greetings to our fellow citizens and residents of St. Kitts, our beautiful country, St. Kitts and Nevis. And I want to repeat the theme for this year: together a people proud and strong, Independence 41. I want people to remember that. But on a less light note, Madam Speaker, I am very upset. I am upset because there are people in this country who feel that it is okay to attack other people under the guise of their electronic devices. In the recent past, there have been numerous attacks at my friend and colleague, the member for number 2, by way of WhatsApp forwards, TikTok videos, and other ridiculous allegations that were made that has put her life and the life of her child at risk. We cannot be a society where we make fun and joke of things like that. There are people in this country who treat political party over everything else. They do not care about the lives of other people. They do not care about decency. All they want to do is attack and win political points. They are nasty people, and they must be condemned. And Madam Speaker, I do not want to take this spirit of celebration that we're in Independence 41 and bring a downer to it. But I felt it needed to be said, Madam Speaker. And I want to point out to our people, there are laws in this country that make it a criminal offense to either make or forward statements, letters, any sort of art, communications by electronic device that either harasses, threatens, intimidates, molests other people. It is called unlawful communications. And Madam Speaker, I want the people of this country to know that if the culture of forwarding and sending around things that could cause harm to other people is not stopped voluntarily by the goodwill and decency within your heart, the police are going to have to stop it. And the police have the authority and they have the law to take your phone, and don't matter what you delete, it can be found. And the police will charge you and bring you to justice. So we as a people, we have two choices. Continue to be reckless, irresponsible, not caring about people, not just because they're in public office, you could say anything about them. It's improper, it is not decent, it's not becoming of people of this great country. It is a time now, and I hope they put this on TikTok. It's the time now to change that attitude. When you see lies and ridiculousness on your phone, delete it. Do not click forward. When you go before a camera and say you're some sort of TikTok star and doing things for the likes, the police can come for you. And I say that strongly, Madam Speaker, come defending my friend and colleague. It upset me. A woman with a child, and people following foolishness, and people know it's stupidness, but they're forwarding it still. They're broadcasting it. They're using it and making other videos on it, knowing that it's not true. And all of it, we should just put up with it because people say we have freedom of speech. No. I ain't going to tell you about the Constitution. I'm the Attorney General of this country. The Constitution allows you to have freedom of speech, subject to public safety and people's individual rights. You cannot just go and say anything you want. I know they have petitions and divisions living in the states who believe because the states allow you to say anything they want, they could say anything they want. Stay up there. Come out of our internet, right? If you do that, we can send an MLAT to the US. We could find you, we could prosecute you, and we could get you extradited to St. Kitts to face charges. I want it to be clear. This foolishness has to stop. People are endangering people's lives because there are some people who believe anything they see. And it should not be tolerated in this country. And I'm sorry and I apologize, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm upset. Because I'm a father too. And I'm a person in public office. And people think you could just say anything. That is not right. And there are laws, and believe you me, we might have to come in here, because the sentence is 2 years, we might have to come in here to increase the sentence. People are too reckless. And I want to point out what the section says. When a person without lawful excuse or justification knowingly uses a computer system, a phone, a smartphone is a computer system, to send a message, letter, or electronic communication that is obscene, constitutes a threat, or is menacing in character to a recipient and intends to cause the recipient or any other person who is the subject of that message or letter or electronic communication to feel intimidated, molested, harassed, or threatened, he or she commits an offense and is liable to summary conviction of a fine of $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term of 12 months or to both such fine and imprisonment. And where a person without lawful excuse or justification publishes the message, letter, or electronic communication referred to in subsection 1 to another person, not being a person who is the subject of that message, letter, or communication, that first person commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $15,000 or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years or to both such fine and imprisonment. So it's even more serious to forward it. And people need to know that it's unacceptable for that to happen. I am not saying don't have your opinions and don't express your opinions loudly, but don't threaten people and use lies to put people under risk because the police are going to come for you. Not me. The police are going to come for you. They're going to use the force of the law and you're going to meet the judge. Madam Speaker, we have to change this culture where we feel we can say anything about anyone and there are no repercussions. All I'm going to say is I support my sister, my friend, my learned colleague, the member for number 2, who was elected fairly and squarely, and I will not stand by as Attorney General and allow our society to go into the dirt that is propelled by certain people who sit in this house for 5 minutes and leave. They don't even have respect for this house. They come, they mark their name, and they leave. 2 years we've been sitting in this house. Never once they sit through a session. And they put their propaganda people to put out all sorts of things, putting people's lives at risk. They call me Lucifer. But I ain't afraid of nobody, you know. I ain't afraid of nobody. But they want to demonize people for the sake of politics. Nasty people. And this house, which is a house where people are elected to serve, and those people choose other people to serve with them, is the place to tell our people when certain things are not acceptable in a society. Do not follow them. Do not follow evil. Find the good in your heart. And when you see the foolishness being circulated and you get it on your phone, delete it. When you see it come in a group chat, chastise the person who sent it. We have to change this culture. Otherwise, our children coming up are going to be worse than us. We have a duty to the next generation to cut that cancer out right now, Madam Speaker. And it's personal because it's part of my family that was attacked. And the police have already gotten the advice and the ammunition from the DPP's office, the Attorney General's office, and we will come and get your phones. So stop it now. This is the last warning. I support my sister, the member for number 2. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on this, the eve of our 41st anniversary of independence, just to bring some independence greetings to all of us here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, O Land of Beauty, and I trust and hope that St. Kitts and Nevis will always be O Land of Beauty, and I also trust that it will always be a land where peace abounds. I think at age 41, we have become a very mature jurisdiction, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think that St. Kitts and Nevis is the envy of a lot of other jurisdictions in the region that are much more mature than us. I think we have achieved a lot in the past 41 years, and as the theme says, together, all of us in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis should remain proud and strong for Independence 41. I think all of us deserve to be proud of how far we would have gotten as a nation in 41 short years. And so I want to take this opportunity to wish all of us in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis a very happy 41st anniversary of independence. I trust as we celebrate this 41st anniversary that all of us could be more patriotic. When we hear our national anthem, we need to stand. There are too many instances when the national anthem is being played, and many persons just sit, and that is disrespect. And so I'm hopeful that as we move forward to our 42nd year of independence, that we could become more patriotic, we could love our country more, and continue to put country above self. And so once again, happy 41st anniversary of independence to all of us in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, with your indulgence, to express to this Honourable House our complete support on this side, government side, and I am hoping that that is represented across the entire Parliament, for our colleague, member for constituency number 2, and for all persons in particular in public office, but specifically for our colleague because of the recent things that we have seen happening. The Senator, Attorney General expressed some of the frustration that it is there. You can see that it is palpable because it is absolutely uncalled for. And most of these that are happening sometimes emanate from persons who are behind some veil, or they think they are behind a veil, because they are trying to sow discord and set persons up as targets. We are saying that that is not allowed. It should not be allowed to continue. And we have our strongest, we give our strongest support to our member from constituency number 2 and all members of the public. Sometimes people see these positions as glorified positions. Madam Deputy Speaker, you would know that. And people only can see what they term as glitz and glamour. But they're unaware sometimes of the consequences of words and actions, where people will meet you and assume certain things. When you spread lies about someone, people act on those lies because they may think you have something that you don't have. They may try to come after you for something that you've never done or never said. So we want to encourage an environment where we respect others because, as you see, we continue to build our arsenal of tools to fight crime and violence and all of these things. And this government will not be afraid to exercise those rules that exist and strengthen them where they are inadequate. Moving from that, though, we are celebrating 41 years of independence. So I want to take this opportunity to wish everyone in this honorable house and those listening a happy 41st independence. Today, I was a politician, a legislator, a father, a Calypsonian, and back as a politician. Why I say that is while we're having Parliament, our children's school is having their independence program. They asked me to come and sing for the children. I ran away during lunch, took off my jacket, got sweaty, sang, come back here again to finish. And that's part of it. That's part of being a citizen of this country. We're doing our work, but we have to find the time to celebrate our independence as a nation that is proud and strong. I want to invite everyone within earshot of my words this evening to Warner Park tomorrow morning at 7:45 for the annual Independence Parade. I understand it will be, as always, a very good parade, and we ask everyone to come out and celebrate as we continue to grow as an independent nation. We look forward to seeing everyone here. Happy independence to everyone, and let us continue to do what we can to work together to make us even more proud and strong in the many years to come in this life of St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 11.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too would like to express my congratulations to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis on attaining 41 years of independence. And 41 years may be a short period of time for some, but in terms of the Federation, I would say it is a long time we've been independent. Still young in some regards, but still a long way we have come to this point in time. And as I mentioned that, Madam Speaker, I just want to reflect a little bit, because this country has provided many opportunities to our citizens. Some have taken advantage, some have not. And I want to implore upon our people to grab every opportunity that is available out there. Some may want to be a teacher today, but they cannot get that position, but may want to try something else in the meantime until that door is open and they can walk right in. So you don't have to actually settle for staying at home, that is, because you cannot find what you want to do at the point in time. I look at some of my friends who, back in the day, back in, say, let's say 80, whatever it was when we finished high school. I didn't want you all to know how old I am, but you'll find out. Oh, yeah? Well, let me say 1986 then. Anyway, as I was saying, there were a few persons who decided they were not going from fifth form to sixth form. They'll prefer to go and work construction, for example, and now they are major contractors on the island of Nevis and making big money. My colleague here would know who I'm talking about. I always like to refer to my friend who has become one of the major contractors there, because he said then, I am not going to sixth form, I'm going to work construction. And today he is one of the persons who would carry on the legacy of some of those who have come before him and have blazed the trail before him. I say all that to say this: grab every opportunity out there, young people, that is available to you. I want to make one more point, because I recall when I got into politics, I was told you have to relinquish your U.S. passport. And I went to Barbados in 2009, and the counselor asked me, well, what are you going to do when you go back to Nevis? I said, ma'am, if I cannot survive in my country, and more particularly on the island of Nevis, then there's no need to live at all in my island, because I do believe that I can survive in this federation or in my island where that gave birth to me. And I've survived to this point, because here I am today, meaning that I've gone through good, bad, and the indifferent, but I never gave up. And that is the ultimate thing when it comes to life. And the federation on a whole, or the citizens of the federation, must understand that there is always hope in everything. You may not get what you so desire at this point in time, but still pursue. And in your pursuit, you'll certainly get to where you want to get to in life. And so I say, this country is a paradise. It has provided for all of us in here and all of those out there who continue to get up on a daily basis to make a life. And so I want to wish everyone who continue in their pursuit to make life better for themselves, for their family, I want to wish you a happy independence. We have gone through some challenges, yes. We have gone through some difficulties, yes. We have gone through good times, yes, and bad times too. But it's a whole mixed bag of chip, and out of it all, I'm saying to all of us, we have become a better nation as a result, and I do believe better days are still there ahead. So 41 years it is now. We look forward to the next 40 and beyond. Some of us will not be here, but for those of us who are here, let us continue to build that legacy so those to come will be able to build on what we left behind. Happy independence to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 11. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I simply rise to give my support to the sentiments that have been expressed earlier pertaining to the need for us to lend support to our colleague from constituency number 2, our Minister of Tourism, etc. I think the Attorney General was very explicit, very clear, and I therefore want to associate myself with the comments of support for our colleague on this side of the House. I also would want to use this opportunity to express congratulations to all those who would have been honored on National Heroes Day 2 days ago, and in particular, on behalf of constituency number 6, I'd like to congratulate Orvis Mills of Sadlers for receiving the Medal of Honor for her services to the people of this country in the field of education. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on matter of adjournment to also lend my support to colleague and friend against the type of vicious attacks we've seen in the media, and also to say that, like the Attorney General, I too believe that it is time to take a strict stance against some of what we've seen. But I also want to take this time, Madam Deputy Speaker, to congratulate our nation on attaining 41 years of independence, and also take this time to speak to, more specifically, the constituents of constituency number 4, because for me, the honor of being here is entirely granted to me because of their support. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as we celebrate 41 years, I want to give credit to Mr. Oliver Spencer and also Rupert Herbert, who would have been awarded this year, both in the area of agriculture, one fisheries and one directly for agriculture. I also want to take a time out to invite the general public to our block party this coming Friday at my office in Old Road, and also to our football festival on this coming Sunday on the virtual playing field. I do believe it will be a spectacle, as I am told that we should have some of the parliamentarians here playing on the field down there, Madam Speaker. I do believe we have teams from constituency number 8, so I expect to see the parliamentarian from number 8 there at play. Also, team from constituency number 6. And number 1 as well. And I am told that I am expected to play as well, but we'll see how that one goes. But I just want to take the time out to thank the team, constituency number 4, the people of constituency number 4, and invite all out for a couple of days of fun with us down in the constituency that I love and cherish. And with that, Madam Speaker, aye.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Senator Philip, Iselin Philip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on this occasion just to lend support to the sentiments that were expressed by the Honourable AG in support of the condemnation against, forms of violence that are experienced, especially by colleague and friend, member from number 2, especially in past recent times. We want to ensure that, the entire nation and public knows that as a government, we condemn these forms of violence, especially anything that is explicitly targeted towards us as public figures, as parliamentarians, because it really is, in fact, tremendously wrong, especially when it is uncalled for in the line of duty of service, which we all give day to day of ourselves and our families. So wanted to take the opportunity to join in those sentiments that are shared, and of course, extend my own congratulatory and celebratory messages in wishing everyone a very happy 41st Independence. I appreciated the words of, the member opposite about the national anthem. That's something I have observed, especially among some young people. Had to manage up a few of them sometime. When the national anthem is playing, it actually upsets me when people do not owe it the level of respect that it deserves. And that is because I personally believe that our national anthem tells us and tells the world who we are as Kittitians and Nevisians, just based on the words that are articulated in the anthem. And for me, I often get 3 main messages from our national anthem about who we are as a people. And that is, 1, we are a people that are beautiful, we are peaceful, we are people that are strong and hardworking, and we are a God-fearing people. And to be God-fearing essentially means we have a conviction to do things that is right and to treat each other with kindness and care. And I believe when I sing the national anthem, and every time I hear our national anthem, that is a reminder to me and to the rest of the world as to who we are and to who our national heroes would have thought us to be and envisioned us to be as a people. in this world representing Kittitians and Nevisians. And so I think it is very important that as we celebrate independence tomorrow, that when we sing the national anthem, we really listen to the words and we really think about the words and internalize them, because what we are doing is telling the world who we are as a people, as Kittitians and Nevisians, and what we stand for. So I want to encourage everybody to have a very happy 41st independence, and let us continue on for another 40 years, remembering who we are and striving and always aspiring to be that people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Philip. I recognize
Deputy,
the Honorable Member for St. Christopher
I know
1.
it's not the norm to speak on the adjournment twice, but probably I'll break the record. But I didn't want to not support my honorable sister with all of the other sentiments that have been expressed, because knowing the social media, they would have made something out of it. So I just want to lend my support to my sister and our colleagues here, letting them know that we're very serious about what we are saying. And of course, no weapon formed against us will ever be able to prosper. May it please you, Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the Honorable Senator Joy L. Clark.
Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I too would like to register my support for the statements made by the Honorable Attorney General in support of our Member of Parliament, Member for number 2. Not just as a woman or a young person, just as a person in general, it's difficult holding spaces of leadership and decision-making, and in a society like St. Kitts where everyone knows everyone, threats, no matter if done for fun or for likes, once it's done and done on the internet, it's permanent and it is problematic. And for that, and especially, and while I'm not a mother, I take auntyhood very seriously, and so I can only relate to the fears that she feels for her family. And I must say that all of us, every member of Parliament, we have a responsibility to speak to our constituents, to our supporters, and make it clear that there is no place for violence, period. But in particular, there is no place for violence in politics. St. Kitts and Nevis is not a place where members of Parliament have to feel unsafe because they are serving the people and representing in the highest office. Were we ever to get to that situation, not just our members of Parliament feeling unsafe, but their family members, their friends, St. Kitts would not be a real place. This is not the St. Kitts and Nevis we want after 41 years of independence and after our continuous strides for good governance. So, Member for number 2, we are all here with you. Your safety is our safety. Your concerns are our concerns. And we need to come together as a people of St. Kitts and Nevis to finally root out this problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Clark.
Of course, happy independence to everyone.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will not tarry long, but I think I would like to make a few fundamental points. Madam Speaker, I am a student of history. I grew up with my mother, who is a Rasta woman. Rastas love history. I read the history of our people deeply, Madam Speaker. I remember when I was in high school, and I was doing the subject that I really love, 2 of them, maths and history. And the reason for that is that I wanted to understand who we are as a people. Where is this leading, Madam Speaker? We were brought here in violent ways. For 400 years, our people were taught that violence was the way of life. That, to some extent, got ingrained, especially in the black people of the Western Hemisphere, that violence is a solution to any problem. We fought for our independence. Some had to give up their lives for emancipation. Some had to use violent ways to express their disgust with the oppression. Come to colonization, we continue to live in violent societies where we were oppressed and suppressed, to the point where violence became glorified. And we accept violence, not crime alone, or not all violent acts are criminal acts. But we use words to glorify violence and we think it's good. We say abusing ain't gonna rule. So cuss who you want, when you want, how you want. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. And if he hit you, bust the face. But I don't want to know how they could fight him. And so, because of that history, and we have not dealt with it as a people to curtail it, it continues to escalate throughout the region, Madam Speaker. Look at our black people in the United States of America. Same history. Look at Haiti, Madam Speaker. The first country to fight violently for its freedom, and was punished violently and otherwise because it fought for its freedom. And defeated one of the most respected war general of Europe, Napoleon. How come some little black boys in the Caribbean could set up strategies to defeat? Go all the way down to Central America, reach down into Brazil, Madam Speaker, which has the largest black population outside of Africa. The story continues. And so we want to normalize violence. And so it becomes easy, Madam Speaker, for somebody to go on the internet behind some fake name to attack a mother, her child, a woman who has sacrificed so much for this country. As a teacher, as a lawyer, because you have some political difference. Introducing that violent streak in some nefarious form, thinking it's cool. Madam Speaker, I will condemn it. Condemn it on any side. The member from number 6 said badness out of style. Madam Speaker, that is why I am saying that this thing needs to be extricated not only from St. Kitts and Nevis, but from our culture completely. We cannot accept violence as a norm. It is dangerous, deadly, Madam Speaker. And that is why I condemn any attack on the member from number 2 vehemently. She does not deserve it. Nobody deserves it. But especially she who has sacrificed so much. You think it's easy to be an MP? You all know it's challenging, it's hard. Very, very hard. Dealing with the affairs of human beings. We have signed up for it and we understand it, that we can deal with. But there are certain lines we just don't cross. That a society has to come together to decide these are the rules by which we'll govern ourselves, and we are not going to cross certain lines. The line with the nonsense against the member from number 2 is crossing the line, Madam Speaker. AG, we need the technology to find out who these people are. We cannot accept it for nobody over here or anybody over there, Madam Speaker. My type of politics, I don't abuse people. They abuse me and they say all kind of things, but I don't abuse them back. I learned in Sunday school that God will take care of them. And I wish them well even then. So I'm simply saying, Madam Speaker, that it is critically important that we as a country accept that as a fact, that we will not accept violence. Madam Speaker, I want to say that is why I called everybody to the table to discuss the issue of violence. PAM, CCM, NRP, SKNLP, and the PLP. All of us to the table, we sit around the table and discuss this matter. Because, Madam Speaker, I understand that the issue of violence cannot be resolved except by the society itself. And anybody who purports that they have an answer outside of that is lying to the people. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every life is precious. Every life is precious. We don't give life. We can't give life. My personal belief is that God gives life. Even if a man does not believe in God and he believes in science and all these things, when you look at the complexity of getting from an egg and a sperm to a human life, that alone must tell you that it's precious. We have to decide as a society that life is precious, and we're going to do everything to preserve life. Even those who are caught up in the wrong ways, whether they know it or not, their lives are precious too, Madam Speaker. And that is why even though we pass laws, because we have to pass laws, that we also have to work to give opportunities where we can. To give people a chance to come on the right and narrow and encourage them to come on the straight and narrow. Take advantage of the many opportunities that we have here in St. Kitts and Nevis and leave the violent and the violence behind, Madam Speaker. And so I want to say on this matter again, I condemn with every fiber in me those nefarious attacks against the member from number 2. And had it been a member from that side, the opposition side, I would condemn them as well, Madam Speaker, for that should have no place in our society. Madam Speaker, with that, I want to now move on and say that St. Kitts and Nevis is a beautiful country. We have achieved a lot as a nation. We are maturing as a nation. We have challenges to deal with. And where we can find consensus, let us find consensus to deal with those challenges. Independence should be a time of celebration. We should be happy. We should not leave the joy behind. We should have the joy even when there are challenges, Madam Speaker. Because there will always be challenges. This is life. I have 2 more minutes. To be born was a challenge. To go from child to adult, that's a challenge. Every day is a challenge. But within that challenge, there's a lot of room for joy, Madam Speaker, for happiness, the good things that we should not forget ever. Got up this morning, you look outside, the bright sunlight. Sometimes we take it for granted. The fresh air that you can breathe in shouldn't be taken for granted. The fact that you can walk here and sit up and interact with your fellow human beings shouldn't be taken for granted, because there are people who can't do that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a story, you know. There was a man who had one hand, and one day he saw a man with no hands jumping up and down the place. And he said, well, how come he has no hands and I have one hand? And he looked like he's happier than me. And the gentleman who was by him said, it's not that he's happier than you, but it's that he has an itch that he can't scratch. And you got a hand you could scratch. So what are you complaining about? Jumping up got an itch he can't scratch. If this was outside, I would tell you where he couldn't scratch. But Madam Speaker, no matter what is happening, there are things to be thankful for. That is the point. So I want people to think about getting some joy in their life every day. Sometimes put down the phone and leave the social media, because there are people on social media who want you to be sad all the time. Exactly. They want you to be sad all the time. Everything they're complaining about, they want you to be miserable, Madam Speaker. Why do they want that? When so much other good things are happening in your life, irrespective of the challenges you may have. And so I'm asking us on this independence to remember some of those good things, even if they're small. For a grateful heart is a happy heart, Madam Speaker. And when you think it can't get worse, it can, because hell is a bottomless pit. And misery, if you plan to live in misery, it knows no end. Because today you might say, well, I want no food because it's chicken leg and I like breast. The next thing you know, no breast there. The chicken leg is what you're happy for now. But you could have been happy from the beginning. For me who don't eat chicken, you know, it might be something around the vegetable end, but the principle is the same. Madam Speaker, let us be thankful and grateful for the little things that we have in life, and especially because on this independence, we are a free people. You go outside, there are no bombs out there, no war tanks out there. You have the full hope that you can reach home safely. Even that hope we should be thankful for. You can go to church on Sunday and worship the God who you want, how you want. Even that we should be thankful for. So I want to say today that I encourage our people to enjoy the things in life. Go to Coney Island. Lay down your hair, go on a ride, go up in the Ferris wheel. Go around and round. Enjoy yourself. Laugh with your children, laugh with your friends. Play some domino, knock them hard on Independence Day. Free up yourself. The reason why I'm saying that is that there seems to be those who just want to feed people negativity all the time. It's like they ain't gonna life.
They even said dogs can't go on the rides on the amusement park.
Yeah, all those things they're saying. All them things they're saying. Madam Speaker. Come on. So I'm just encouraging us to, enjoy what we can enjoy in this life. And let us enjoy our 41st anniversary in independence. I want to say happy birthday to St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to extend that to all of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Before I wrap up, Madam Speaker, I see Omar, who is in the gallery. He lost his beautiful mother, and I really want to take this opportunity to really let him know that we support you and we support your family. We know mothers are special, and I could have seen the deep bond you had with your mom. That is important as well. And those of us who still have our mothers and we can do better, enjoy your mother too. Because he had his mother and he's lost his mother. And I know he wished his mother was here. So that is something else to enjoy. And even if you lose your parents, at least you know where the gravesite is. There are people who can't even visit their parents' gravesite. So what I'm simply saying, as long as God gives us life, there is hope. And we should always be appreciative. So for this independence, let it be an independence about joy and happiness, Madam Deputy Speaker. Happy independence to all of us, and may God bless all of us. See you tomorrow at the park. Thank you very much. May you please.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Senator Joya Clark.
Madam Speaker, I propose that this Honourable House is adjourned, sine die.
Seconder, I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher
And
1.
I support that, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this Honourable House stands adjourned, sine die. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House stands adjourned.
Thank you.